They were unable to come to any conclusion after a full day of discussion, so they decided to return to their rooms and get some rest. The talks continued on the next day. Yang Kai conceded and allowed every great force to take 4 disciples every 100 years, but they were still displeased as they continued making counter-proposals. During the intense verbal exchange, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters haggled just like ordinary market-goers, searching for a bargain. All of a sudden, the noises in the Grand Hall came to an abrupt halt as they fell silent at the same time. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. The people he had been waiting for finally arrived. Even before the arrival of those people, 2 powerful auras recklessly showered the entire star boundary, causing it to shake with a hum. The owners of the auras seemed to be trying to be intimidating, but they were soon stunned. That was because it never crossed their minds that there were more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, all of whom were just as powerful as they were, already in the star boundary. Upon that realization, they were both shocked and doubtful. Su Linggong said gently, "Since you've arrived, come here and join the discussion." Despite his small voice, the 2 newcomers were able to hear him clearly. The door of the Grand Hall suddenly opened as 2 figures descended from the sky. One of them was shrouded in demon chi while the other was a stern-looking man. When they took a glance inside the Grand Hall, they became startled. They were unable to figure out why so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together. These people didn't seem to be waiting in ambush either. Rather, they had a feeling that something major was happening. Beside Su Linggong sat Yang Kai, who gazed at the 2 unwelcome guests with a dispassionate expression. He certainly could recognize them. One of them was Zhuobu-kun from Myriad Demon's Heaven, while the other was Yuhuan from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven. Both of them were there when the Tao Theory Assembly ended in the past. They were responsible for dealing with the external affairs for their respective sects, and since they were in such important positions, they would frequently come into contact with the people from other cave heavens and paradises. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were not only inner elders of their respective sects, but were also responsible for handling external affairs. "Since you're here, you're also my guests. Please be seated." Yang Kai extended his hand without rising from the chair. Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan traded glances as they frowned. They had come all the way here because their core disciples were killed. The core disciples who could directly ascend to the 6th Order were the future hope of their sects that had to be nurtured with a lot of resources and effort. After Zhao Xing was killed, Zuoquan Hui was even willing to leave Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to avenge his death. It wasn't just because they were master and disciple though. Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise had also given him the permission to do so. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were as important as Zhao Xing. They were also disciples with exceptional aptitudes in their sects that might ascend to the 8th Order in the future. In the past, no one in the entire 3,000 worlds would have dared to offend them. But now both of them were killed. It was expected that those from Myriad Demon's Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven were incensed. Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan joined forces and headed to Void Land in an attempt to retaliate against Yang Kai. Although Bai Shi was powerful, he was pretty meek, so while fending off their attacks, he persuaded them for a long time before they finally believed that Yang Kai wasn't in Void Land. They then used their secret techniques and followed the traces. It took them a lot of hard work before they found the great territory where the star boundary was located. However, before they could even flare up, they were surprised to see so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together. As soon as Yang Kai finished his words, the 2 of them shot him ferocious glances as their 7th Order pressures unreservedly fell upon him, but he remained unfazed. Su Linggong and Yu Chang Dao, who had remained silent, looked up at the same time. Following a silent clash, the auras in the Grand Hall exploded as some of those gathered grunted. The onlookers turned to look at Yu Chang Dao with surprise. It was expected that Su Linggong would defend Yang Kai since the latter was a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. There was no way Su Linggong would let him be harmed in his presence. However, they were puzzled as to why Yu Chang Dao had also made a move. Those from Free and Unfettered Paradise had always steered clear of any kind of internal strife. Of the 108 top forces, they were the only ones that had little to no friction with all the others. Therefore, they wondered what benefits Yang Kai had given to Yu Changdao that prompted him to lend the young man a hand. What happened? Why are you two so mad? Su Linggong looked smilingly at Zhuo Bukun and Yu Huan. Zhuo Bukun snorted as his demon chi weltered. Stop asking the obvious. Enough nonsense then. If you want to fight, we can go out and fight. If not, take your seats. Both of you are already so old now. How could you oppress a young man like this? Su Linggong sneered. While Zhuo Bukun was still incensed, Yu Huan suddenly chuckled. Since we're here, let's see what's going on, Brother Zhuo. With Su Linggong around, they wouldn't be able to kill Yang Kai. Rather than falling out with him, they should wait for another chance. What concerned Yu Huan was why so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were in this place. He and Zhuo Bukun had never heard of any news about it. Before they were seated, they couldn't help but recall the gigantic tree they had seen when they arrived at this place. It greatly resembled the world tree which they had read about in ancient books. They hadn't managed to take a closer look since they were in a rush, so they were uncertain about it. However, since so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were around, they had a feeling that their speculation was right. It had to be noted that these powerful masters wouldn't have come together if there were not immense benefits. After the commotion ended, Zhuo Bukun and Yu Huan became seated. There were still many vacant seats anyway, so there wasn't a need for any additional arrangements. Following that, the intense haggling continued. As Zhuo Bukun and Yu Huan listened to them, they were slowly dumbfounded. They initially had no idea why so many masters were here, but after listening to their discussion, they became aware that these people were trying to divide the benefits among themselves. The gigantic tree they had seen earlier was indeed the world tree, and because of the tree's presence, this originally unknown universe world called the Star Boundary was now filled with young people with exceptional aptitudes. On the other hand, the owner of this treasure trove was the very Yang Kai that they were determined to kill. They felt their hearts sinking as they realized that now it would be impossible for them to kill him. Since the people at the scene had gotten so many benefits, they wouldn't allow the two of them to make a move on Yang Kai once the discussion concluded. At the thought of this, Zhuo Bukun sneered and cut them off by saying, all of you are high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but you're being led by the nose by a little brat. Don't you find it shameful? Su Linggong looked smilingly at him. What opinion do you have, then? Zhuo Bukun never intended to hide his murderous intent. As long as he's dead, there'll be no need to bargain. Moreover, what right does a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master have to have a discussion with us? Yang Kai replied impassively, since I, a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, was able to kill Zhuo Quan Hui, I can also do the same to you. Zhuo Bukun's expression darkened. Did you also kill Pei Wenxian? Yang Kai knocked on the table. Please do not make such an accusation without any evidence, Elder Zhuo. Did you see me killing Pei Wenxian? He could admit that he had killed Zhuo Quan Hui because the latter was a traitor to Thousand Cranes Paradise, so they were not in any place to retaliate against him. Instead, they had to thank him for cleaning up their mess for them. However, he could never admit that the death of Pei Wenxian and Xianxia had something to do with him. Otherwise, he would invite trouble to Voidland. Furthermore, he really didn't kill them, so Yang Kai was confident when he uttered those words. After a pause, he went on to say, as for what right I have, I'm a great emperor in this place, and this is my territory. How can I not have the right? A great emperor? What rubbish is that? Zhuo Bukun said disdainfully. Yang Kai extended his hand. Since you have some bias against me, Elder Zhuo, you should leave. The Star Boundary does not welcome you. Zhuo Bukun naturally wouldn't leave just like that, or else he would be a fool. He fell silent after a snort, which showed how thick-skinned he was. Su Linggong took the initiative to ease the tension. Good. You should stop arguing since there's a serious issue to discuss here. Stop making unnecessary noise. He then chided Yang Kai by saying, Elder Zhuo is an old man who doesn't have many years to live. Why make him angry, brat? You're right, Martial Uncle Su. Forgive me for my indiscretion. Yang Kai appeared meek and obedient. Zhuo Bukun closed his eyes and pretended to not understand the mockery in Su Linggong's words, so as to contain his irritation. Yang Kai then continued speaking. Every great force will get 5 disciples every 100 years. That's my limit. If all of you agree, the discussion shall continue. If not, a further discussion is not needed. The grand hall fell silent as no one responded to him. Although 5 people was only half of what Inyang Cave Heaven would get, it was indeed Yang Kai's limit. He had no idea how many talents would appear in later generations, but the heavenly way was fair in all things, so this place couldn't possibly be swamped with so many young people with outstanding aptitudes. Since the cave heavens and paradises would obtain a few hundred disciples every 100 years, only a small number of people would be left for Voidland. After letting these people ponder on it for a while, Yang Kai continued saying, "Of course, as a form of compensation, I'm willing to let all of you build Tao temples in the star boundary. Every great force will receive a region of 500,000 square kilometers. Except for the area in a radius of 10 million kilometers around the world tree and the locations of the existing sects, you may choose any place you want and I won't interfere." This was the foundation Su Linggong had laid down for him. The offer was attractive since it was brought up at this point. With their own Tao temples in this place, it meant that they could transfer their own people to the star boundary and nurture them from a young age or even from before they were born. By doing so, they might be able to get the disciples they wanted, and there was no limit on this number. These people were initially displeased with getting only 5 disciples every 100 years for every great force and were preparing to haggle with Yang Kai so that he could give in further. However, their expressions changed when they heard what he had said. Luo Xiao gave a fair remark at this point. "It's a good idea, actually." Most people nodded while the others tacitly agreed to it. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai said without hesitation, "It's decided then. Other than Inyang Cave Heaven, all of you can respectively obtain 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years and select a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers to build your own Tao temples." "Good." The one-armed Sun Ping nodded. Zhua Bukun and Yu Huan exchanged glances as they frowned. Instead of excluding Myriad Demons Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had counted them in from the start. The outcome surprised them, but they had also kind of expected it. They had expected it because if Yang Kai really excluded the 2 cave heavens, a blood feud would be formed between the 2 parties. By counting them in, it could serve as a form of compensation for them. Pay when Shen and In Xianxia were dead. However, if the 2 cave heavens could find some talented youths from the star boundary, they would have a chance to get more core disciples who could directly ascend to the 6th order a few hundred or 1,000 years later. What surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for them. Since the number of people had been agreed on, the rest of the issues were simple to deal with. Yang Kai then made his demands on behalf of the star boundary known. For every disciple they took, they had to pay a full set of 6th order materials or something of equivalent value. This demand wasn't outrageous, so the high-rank masters directly agreed to it without haggling. When they discussed the world tree and the world fruits, Yang Kai didn't give them a definitive answer as he said that it wouldn't be too late to talk about it when the world tree actually started bearing fruits one day. They also felt that it was pointless to discuss the issue at this point, so they directly agreed to this as well. There was no contract to be signed. The more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene represented their sects, so their word was the best assurance. The difficult negotiation lasted for 3 days before the dust finally settled. As for what kind of disciples the great forces wanted to get or where they would build their Tao temples, it was their own business. By then, they could just inform High Heaven Palace, that was nominally in charge of the star boundary, about it, so it wasn't troublesome at all. At the very end, Yang Kai said, "The discussion is only limited to the star boundary. Everything else in this great territory belongs to High Heaven Palace, and none of you should have your eyes on it." "Good." They all nodded. Su Linggong secretly rolled his eyes, thinking that Yang Kai was taking advantage of them since they had no idea that the territory gate that was only a couple million kilometers away from the star boundary led to a newborn great territory. If they knew, they wouldn't have agreed right away. Even though many of them saw the territory gate, that didn't really bother them as they thought that it was just another territory gate that led to a known great territory. However, this matter couldn't be hidden forever. When these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had some free time, they would realize that something was off. Having said that, with Yang Kai making his stance clear on this day, and the great forces having indeed gotten a lot of benefits from the star boundary, they might not be willing to have an argument with Xianxia over it. Even though a new great territory was rich in resources, the cave heavens and paradises already had ample heritages anyway. Hence, they wouldn't be willing to quibble with Xianxia over this. If Xianxia became irritated, they might suffer some losses. After the discussion, they quickly left the palace, including Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan. They were invited to enter the Grand Hall as soon as they arrived at the star boundary, so they were not familiar with the situation here yet. Therefore, they had to personally look around. The rest of them went looking for suitable locations to build their Dao temples as they weren't in a rush to select disciples. Just like what Su Linggong had said, the World Tree had showcased its wonders, but it would not be until a few generations had passed that the tree would have a significant impact on the residents here. It was a rare incident that Yu Changdao could find a child with the innate Dao body to inherit his legacy so quickly. Certainly, if they really came across someone with exceptional aptitude, they wouldn't mind taking them on as a disciple. They could get 5 people every 100 years anyway. The star boundary, as an open heaven realm cradle, was destined to export different kinds of talented people across the entire 3,000 worlds. The news would soon be spread to the rest of the outer universe, and by then, the cave heavens and paradises that didn't take part in the discussion would send their representatives over. However, since the rules had been set, the rest of them would just have to follow them. Compared to the cave heavens and paradises that had no representatives in the star boundary at this point, the only advantage that the more than 30 great forces present at the scene could get was that they could select the best areas and build their Dao temples. The rest of the benefits were the same. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Yu Changdao suddenly appeared beside Su Linggong. Presently, they were wandering somewhere in the star boundary. Su Linggong found a nice place as he was surveying the area. He planned to build a Dao temple for Yinyang Cave Heaven here. They were in the southern territory where Azure Sun Temple was previously located. In the past, the great demon god brought a calamity upon the star boundary and the entire southern territory fell. Those from Azure Sun Temple had no choice but to abandon their foundation. With the temple master Wen Zishan leading the way, they retreated to High Heaven Palace. After that, the great emperors joined forces and killed the great demon god, thus restoring peace to the star boundary. Following the war, Wen Zishan saw that the original location of his sect had been shattered and the earth vein had snapped, so he decided to find a new location to rebuild Azure Sun Temple. If it weren't because of the World Tree's expansion, this place would have remained desolate for many millennia to come. However, with the nourishment from the World Tree, the earth vein had been reconnected, and the world energy became ample again. A lot of trees started growing on the mountains, and the picturesque scenery had begun to return. Su Linggong replied with a smile. "You also didn't bother to take a look, did you?" Yu Changdao refuted with a frown. "He's the son-in-law of your Yinyang Cave Heaven. What if anything happens to him? The two of them are high-rank open heaven realm masters. How is Xianxia supposed to go against them if they join forces?" A nonchalant Su Linggong replied, "You're the supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Since you're not concerned about his safety, why should I be? Are you really not going?" Yu Changdao was stunned. "If he's unlucky, he's fated to fall into danger this time. I can't possibly protect him forever. If he's lucky, he'll be able to get out of this on his own." Su Linggong appeared confident. "Moreover, there are some things he has to deal with directly, or else it'll never end." Yu Changdao gazed at him with a frown, wondering what the latter was up to. He then shook his head and said, "Fine, I'll go there myself." Upon finishing his words, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Su Linggong remained on the same spot for a moment before he took a look in the direction Yu Changdao had left, but he soon retracted his gaze as he called out, "Qing Kuei." Qing Kuei, who had remained silent behind him for a long time, cupped his fist. "Honored master, go back to Yinyang Cave Heaven and inform the sect master about this place in detail. He'll have the final say in whatever arrangements we make." "Yes," Qing Kuei replied and turned to leave. With his hands behind his back, Su Linggong stood on a certain peak as he suddenly put on a smile. "Old Yu has really joined a pirate's ship this time, and with a truly sly captain at that. In the northern territory, in a land covered in snow, Xianxia was clad in green robes as he stood atop a white mountain peak. Following the transformation in the star boundary, it was destined that all 108 cave heavens and paradises would gather in this place. As a great emperor of the star boundary, there were a lot of things he had to handle. The most important task at the moment was to expand the population of the star boundary. Following an intense battle against the great demon god, the vast majority of the population was killed in the star boundary. Although it had been 100 years since the battle, recovering from such a loss was not so simple. A lot of places were void of people as the usually bustling cities were now empty. There were ruins everywhere. The cave heavens and paradises were going to take on disciples from the star boundary, so Xianxia could already envision that when the news was spread across the entire 3,000 worlds, apart from the top 108 great forces, those second-class great forces would also stream into this place like cats catching a whiff of fish, looking for chances to steal some benefits. Xianxia didn't intend to stop them either, as trying to do so would be pointless. Just like what Su Linggong had said, the star boundary would be the winner if the people from that place became scattered across the 3,000 worlds. In order to have more talented people in the star boundary, though, he had to expand the population by encouraging the people to bear more children. Still, they couldn't fill the gap in a short time by relying on the current population of the star boundary. Fortunately, there were many universe worlds in the newborn great territory. The martial Dao in those universe worlds was generally low, so there wouldn't be a problem if they relocated some of those people to the star boundary. Xianxia had already told Yu He to process this issue. When the time for the migration came, he would personally make a move. After all, his small universe had materialized and could accommodate living beings. Others in the same order were unable to do that. The migration of billions of lives was a difficult task, so only by keeping them inside his small universe could he do it with ease. Su Linggong and Yu Dao could also help, but Xianxia didn't intend to let anyone who wasn't from Voidland or High Heaven Palace enter the newborn great territory. Hence, he had to put in more effort. The cold wind became increasingly freezing as murderous intent permeated the air. Two rays of light, which radiated horrifying world forces, directly descended upon Xianxia, who was standing on the peak of a snowy mountain, from the sky. Yu Dao, who was hiding nearby, let out a sigh. These two still couldn't contain their urge to make a move. Although Xianxia had set the grudges aside and promised them some benefits in order to make up for the loss of their core disciples, they still had no choice but to act. Just when Yu Dao was ready to leap forward in order to help Xianxia ward off the attacks, the entire star boundary started humming as though a sleeping dragon had lifted its head. Lightning started appearing in the world as an incredibly rich world force came to life and instantly surrounded the young man. His sixth-order aura rapidly rose in an inconceivable manner, and in the blink of an eye, he achieved a breakthrough to the seventh order, but it didn't stop there. Soon after, Xianxia, who was originally in the sixth order, radiated the aura of a peak seventh-order master, seemingly just one step away from the eighth order. Yu Dao gasped and exclaimed, "He's borrowing the world force from this world." It was then he realized why Su Linggong wasn't concerned despite knowing that Shuabu-kun and Yu Huan would secretly make a move. That was because he was certain that Xianxia could deal with his opponents. Yu Dao found himself to be laughable as he came all the way here to protect the young man. Usually, one was unable to borrow a lot of world force from a universe world. After all, there wasn't much world force in a universe world to begin with. However, the star boundary was different. When Xianxia borrowed the world strength of the star boundary for the first time, he couldn't make it to the seventh order without the help of all the other great emperors, who had already ascended to the sixth order. However, even without the help of the great emperors this time, he could still easily make it to the peak of the seventh order. There was only one explanation. The heritage of the star boundary was now significantly more ample than in the past, which allowed Xianxia to have a great leap forward in power after he borrowed the world's world force. As the world continued thrumming, Xianxia raised his spear and thrust it out, his hair and clothes flapping in the wind. The snowflakes in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers around him seemed to have frozen mid-air. Following a loud boom, the divine abilities of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters were instantly resolved. Yang Kai's aura surged as he took control of a power that was at the peak of the 7th order even though he was only in the 6th order. He then said after a laugh, "It would be impolite if I didn't give you anything in return." He then pushed out his spear. The snowflakes exploded in midair and turned into invisible murderous intent as they swirled around in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the next moment, 2 faint grunts were heard. Since the beginning, Zhuobu and Yu Huan, who secretly made a move, had not shown their faces. Yang Kai didn't have the intention of killing them ruthlessly either, as he just traded a move with them before stopping. As the clouds weltered, 2 cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. They were so huge that anyone in the star boundary could see them clearly wherever they were. The cracks slowly expanded and revealed a pair of gigantic eyes, as though some reclusive deity had finally descended upon this land. As the eyes gazed down, the billions and billions of living beings in the star boundary couldn't help but have the urge to fall on their knees and worship them. Even the more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were wandering around the star boundary at that moment, felt pressured as they furrowed their brows, stopping in their tracks to look up at the sky. The eyes appeared to be smiling, as though the owner was trying to say he would attack anyone who dared to make a fuss in his territory. Zhuobu and Yu Huan were flabbergasted as they fled, but the pair of eyes followed them and made sure that they couldn't escape the owner's sight. The murderous intent was like chains that had been wrapped around their necks, causing them to suffocate. Both of them appeared vexed. They had never expected that a 6th order open heaven realm master would be able to reach the peak of the 7th order by borrowing the might of this world. Furthermore, they were in the star boundary, so the situation was in the young man's favor. Even if they intended to kill him ruthlessly, they might end up losing their lives instead. The pair of eyes in the sky just looked at them in silence, as though the owner was watching 2 rats that had barged into his granary. The gaze was filled with mockery. On the peak of the snow mountain, Yang Kai gently closed his eyes. At the same time, the huge eyes in the sky also slowly disappeared. Zhuobu and Yu Huan dashed into a cave in a certain cliff before they sat down with their legs crossed and wiped the blood from their mouths. As the wind breezed past them, they realized that their backs were covered in cold sweat. Still reeling from the shock, they exchanged glances. A moment later, Zhuobu said with a dark expression, "It seems that no one can deal with that brat unless an 8th order ancestor makes a move." Yu Huan grunted with displeasure. At least he was tactful by not crossing the line. If Yang Kai had insisted on making things difficult for them, an intense battle would have taken place. Perhaps Yang Kai would have ended up in a terrible state, but at least one of them would also have lost his life. However, even though Yang Kai had made use of the Star Boundaries World Force, he had only given them a warning and then stopped. It was apparent that he just wanted to ward them off instead of falling out with the 2 cave heavens. With more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters as witnesses on this day, no one would blame Yang Kai in the future. Instead, they would praise him for being magnanimous and tactful. In comparison, Zhuobu and Yu Huan, who oppressed the young man despite being more powerful, would be regarded as devious. "We have no choice but to choke it down this time." Zhuobu sported a grim expression. Even though they firmly believed that their disciples, Pei Wenxian and Xianxia, were killed by Yang Kai, no one had seen the deed, so there was no evidence to make a case. If the 2 cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they wouldn't need any evidence. A single doubt could prompt them to make a move, and no one would dare to say anything. However, since the World Tree was in the star boundary, this place was destined to be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. As a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai already had a right to be on an equal footing with them and discuss terms with the sects they represented. If they really insisted on making things difficult for Yang Kai, the other cave heavens and paradises would blame and stop them, which would only cause them to suffer losses. Otherwise, given their identities and statuses, they wouldn't have launched a sneak attack. They could have directly looked for Yang Kai and killed him. Nevertheless, Yang Kai borrowed the world force from the star boundary and instantly possessed power that was at the peak of the 7th order, which made them suffer a small setback. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of killing them as he only teased them a little. However, it seemed that they could no longer avenge the death of Pei Wenxian and Xianxia since there was no evidence. Furthermore, if Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven wanted to get some benefits from the star boundary, they wouldn't bring it up again. Otherwise, they would be asking for trouble. Both parties were tacitly aware that they had to make a concession. As they exchanged glances, they let out a long sigh. They were definitely heartbroken at the fact that their sixth-order disciples were dead. In the past, this kind of loss couldn't be said to be unbearable, but it was certainly immense. However, if they could find some talented young people to nurture in the star boundary, they could make up for the losses. It was just that they found it hard to get the fury off their chests. On the peak of the snowy mountain, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed. As the snowflakes whirled around him, he tried his hardest to suppress his murderous intent. If possible, he would never easily let Chua Bukun and Yu Huan off. Just like he had told Su Linggong previously, he would treat them politely when they arrived, and everything would be fine if they were tactful. If not, he naturally would have to fight against them. Yang Kai had shown his sincerity by allowing them to take part in the discussion and even shared equal benefits with them from the star boundary. Nevertheless, they still secretly made a move. If Yang Kai were just an average sixth-order open heaven realm master, and the star boundary was just an ordinary universe world, he couldn't have survived the assault of two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. At that moment, he had the urge to kill them ruthlessly. Nonetheless, if he had really done that, the star boundary wouldn't have been able to bear it, and the other high-rank open heaven realm masters wouldn't have turned a blind eye to the situation. When they interfered, the conflict would be halted and he would be the one blamed. He was suddenly envious of Wu Kuang, who had no worries about such things. The man could kill anybody he wanted, anytime he wanted. With that said, Yang Kai asked himself whether he would really be happy if he were just like Wu Kuang. Since time immemorial, the man had been like a tree without roots, a river without a source. He didn't think he could live like Wu Kuang, constantly hunted and alone, so there was nothing to be envious of in reality. A moment later, he slowly shook his head and opened his eyes. As he returned all the world force he had borrowed, his cultivation plunged from the seventh order to the sixth order. He then turned to look in a particular direction and nodded with gratitude. Yuchang Dao, who had hidden over there, put on a smile and left. He swiftly returned to High Heaven Palace to play with the toddler named Shi Dezhuang. It had only been a few months since Shi Dezhuang was born, so he naturally couldn't cultivate. However, Yuchang Dao would help warm his meridians with his cultivation every day. He would do it every 6 hours, so it was 4 times a day, and he had never skipped a single session. However, instead of finding it troublesome, he enjoyed doing it. On the other hand, Shi Dezhuang's mother, Lu Kaixia, felt a little sorry. Although it had been a short time since she started residing in High Heaven Palace, she was now clearly aware that this old man was a senior expert that was even more powerful than Senior Void. She was just a lowly person, but her child was treasured by someone so extraordinary. That was the reason she found it hard to believe, as she thought that something might have gone wrong. If the child didn't grow up to be just like what the old man had expected, they would certainly feel guilty. On the other hand, Yuchang Dao was extremely pleased with Shi Dezhuang. The only thing he wasn't happy with was the child's name. For Shi Dezhuang sounded very much like a peasant's name. It didn't give off a majestic or imposing air. He felt sorry for the child when the latter became powerful one day and had to tell his name to the people he met for the first time. He suggested giving the child a different name, but Lu Kaixia categorically rejected him, saying that the name must not be changed since it was given by the child's father before his death. Otherwise, the child would be considered unfilial. Knowing how obstinate the woman was, Yuchang Dao decided to give it up. It wouldn't change a thing by not giving the child a new name anyway. It was just that when the child told his name to his enemies in the future, he would appear to be less intimidating. Perhaps those enemies would even take him lightly. Lu Kaixia was gratified with the fact that the child had taken a liking to the old man. Over the past few days, he even ignored her at most times. Whenever the old man appeared, the child would demand to be in his arms. It wasn't until he was hungry that he would look for his mother. Yuchang Dao was certainly pleased with that. Those from High Heaven Palace had prepared a spirit peak for Yuchang Dao, Lu Kaixia, and Shi Zhuang to stay. Fresh food would be sent to them every day, so there was nothing they had to worry about. Moreover, it appeared that Yuchang Dao would be staying in High Heaven Palace for a long time. Before the child ascended to the open heaven realm, the old man would likely remain here in order to teach him how to cultivate. The fate of Shi Zhuang had basically been transformed for the better. Many of the disciples in High Heaven Palace were even envious of him. In the star boundary, many spirit peaks now had new construction projects. Even the ancient forests that were usually devoid of people were bustling with noise. As time passed, the Tao temples and branches of the cave heavens and paradises slowly took shape. When more cave heavens and paradises heard about the news, they immediately sent their representatives to come to the star boundary. Those from High Heaven Palace had specifically prepared a place to receive these top masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Whenever there was a visitor, they would inform him or her of the agreement that the first high-rank open heaven realm masters had come to and explain to them the current situation in the star boundary. Certainly, those from the cave heavens and paradises had no regard for a sect that ruled over a mere universe world, so it was expected that they wouldn't just take High Heaven Palace's word for it. However, after asking around, they would realize that those from High Heaven Palace had spoken the truth. When they found their old friends and saw that about 30 great forces had already started building Tao temples in the star boundary, they could no longer sit back and do nothing. Although the star boundary was expansive, there would be fewer choices for them if all the good spots were occupied by others first. They then hurriedly surveyed the star boundary to look for suitable locations. Hua Qingxi was initially worried that the latecomers wouldn't acknowledge the agreement. In that case, some conflicts might arise. Nevertheless, it surprised her that none of the cave heavens and paradises that came at a later time objected. It was only then that she believed what Yang Kai had said. The more than 30 great forces that had taken part in the discussion not only represented their own sects, but all the cave heavens and paradises. There wouldn't be any problems with the agreement they had concluded. There would always be people who glanced at the world tree as well. Even though these high-rank open heaven realm masters were extremely powerful, they had only seen the records of the world tree in ancient books. They were expected to be curious since they had never seen it with their own eyes before. They were also amazed at the ample heritage of the star boundary. On the other hand, it was no longer a secret that Yang Kai was able to borrow the world force of the star boundary to reach the peak of the seventh order since he was a great emperor of this place. Therefore, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters acknowledged that he had a right to stand on equal footing with them. That was the case in the star boundary at the very least. In just a few years, the star boundary, which was located in the newly named High Heaven territory, became a household name in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was the first great territory that was named after a sect of a universe world. Usually, a great territory was named after the most powerful great force in that place. For example, the great territory where Void Land was located was named Void Territory. The great territory where Inyang Cave Heaven was located was called Inyang Territory. There had never been an exception. In High Heaven Territory, there wasn't really a decent great force, so it was expected that the great territory was named after High Heaven Palace, and most people were fine with it. In just a few years, 108 Tao temples had been built in the star boundary that belonged to all the cave heavens and paradises. Every Tao temple was overseen by a seventh-order master who was responsible for dealing with external affairs. In other words, there were more than 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters residing in the star boundary. That was a horrifying figure. It had to be noted that every one of them was just as strong as Zuoquan Hui. After the initial phase of puzzlement, anxiety, and excitement, the natives in the star boundary had become at ease. Thanks to the campaign held by High Heaven Palace, everyone in the star boundary became fully aware of the situation in the 3,000 worlds. Many young people believed their aptitudes to be exceptional as they hoped that the elusive senior experts would have their eyes on them and take them on as disciples one day. With proper training, they would stand a chance to become successful one day. However, it was destined to be a pipe dream for 99% of them. With that said, there were some ordinary-looking kids in all 4 territories who had been selected and taken on as disciples by the high-rank open heaven realm masters. Whenever such news was spread, the town where the child was selected would celebrate, and it would also allow those who thought highly of themselves to become even more hopeful. The cave heavens and paradises were not in a rush to select disciples from the star boundary. After all, each of them could get 5 disciples every 100 years, and it was still early. On the other hand, upon the completion of their Tao temples, they immediately sent some talented young disciples over to be nurtured here. Every cave heaven and paradise controlled one or more great territories, in which there were countless universe worlds. Therefore, it wasn't hard for them to select some youths with exceptional aptitudes to send over. The disciples they had sent had very low cultivations. Some of them had only started cultivating. The similarity between them was that they were all very talented. As these people grew up under the influence of the world tree in the star boundary, the achievements they would have in the future would also be amplified when they finally comprehended their grand Tao and condensed a Tao seal. Many of these people could possibly make it to the 5th order or even the 6th order. Every great force got a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers, which was neither big nor small, but it was sufficient for them to nurture up to 10,000 people. As the people from the cave heavens and paradises settled down, the finances of Voidland had also improved dramatically. According to the agreement between Xianxia and all those great forces, each of them could get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. In return, they had to give 5 sets of 6th-order materials or resources of equivalent value. None of the cave heavens and paradises went back on their word as they directly paid the materials. Therefore, the star boundary had amassed several hundred 6th-order materials over the past few years. The figure wasn't staggering, but it was a long-term deal. After Heavenly Sword Union was destroyed, which resulted in Zuoquan Hui losing his life, Voidland's Star City started operating again. Mo Mei led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters back to Void Territory and resumed her role as governor of the Star City. With Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in their possession, they wouldn't have to worry about the popularity of the Star City. Therefore, they soon recovered the losses they had suffered. The rent of the shops in the Star City alone allowed Xianxia to make a fortune. When Zuoquan Hui led Heavenly Sword Union to cordon off the territory gates to Void Territory, many of the merchants had a bleak view of Voidland's future as they were not willing to offend Heavenly Sword Union and the great force behind Zuoquan Hui, which was Thousand Cranes Paradise. Therefore, they decided to run away from the Star City. Xianxia directly took back the shops where the renters had left. Now that Voidland had overcome this calamity, anyone who wanted to return to the shop they abandoned would have to pay double the rent. Xianxia didn't expect them to share the burden when Voidland was in crisis, but they shouldn't hope to share the benefits when Voidland was on the rise. On the other hand, the merchants who had stayed for various reasons had a reason to celebrate. They were naturally elated to see that Voidland had gotten out of danger. Since they had stayed when Voidland was in crisis to prop up the Star City's waning popularity, those from Voidland would certainly repay their favor by reducing their rent or even allowing them to run their businesses rent-free. With the resources given by the cave heavens and paradises and the recovery of the Star City, the burden on Voidland's finances had finally been eased. Furthermore, they had several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters who were extracting resources from the new Great Territory. In the past few years, the new Great Territory had mostly been explored. Even though there were still some hidden corners that had yet to be investigated, it couldn't be rushed. They still had ample time anyway. There were innumerable resources in the new Great Territory. As long as those from Voidland could maintain their grip on the Territory Gate, all the resources extracted from the new Great Territory would be sufficient for their own needs, and there would even be some surplus. Unfortunately, they were short on manpower now. Although several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters sounded like a large figure, they were far from enough when they were placed in an entire Great Territory. It also wasn't very efficient. With that said, this couldn't be rushed. They had to take it slow. Xianxia had been swamped with work for the past few years and rarely had time to cultivate. He had to keep going back and forth between the new Great Territory and High Heaven Territory. Every time he returned from the new Great Territory, he would bring with him several tens of millions of immigrants. In order to expand the population of the star boundary, the easiest way was to bring over people from the universe worlds in the new Great Territory. However, it wasn't easy to make so many people leave their homelands. Fortunately, There were several universe worlds in the new Great Territory where the environment was quite harsh and hostile. Some of them were even going to fall apart within a few thousand years. That was the reason Xianxia was able to get them to migrate. Due to the environment of those universe worlds, they had a small population to begin with. By moving them over, Xianxia had somewhat alleviated the shortage of people in the star boundary. They naturally were not used to it at first, but they could settle down and adapt to it with time. Generations later, they would be just like the natives in the star boundary. In an area of the void that was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the star boundary, pieces of shattered continents had been bound together to form an expansive spirit province. The spirit province was filled with greenery and clear rivers. Presently, many buildings were being constructed as the place was bustling with noise. Xianxia squatted on a certain spirit peak and looked down with displeasure. Su Linggong was standing beside him with his hands behind his back as he rambled on. Upon realizing that Xianxia never responded to him, he kicked the young man in the backside and demanded, "I'm talking to you. Make your stance clear. Why wouldn't you reply to me?" Xianxia glowered at him and brushed away the dust on his backside. An amused Su Linggong snapped, "Are you mad? We've agreed that we'd all make a concession. Since a decision has been made, it's pointless for you to get mad." A displeased Xianxia stood straight up and roared, "All of you are trying to oppress me. I refuse to accept this." Su Linggong chuckled and spread his palms. "So what if you won't accept it?" A few years ago, they hadn't recovered from their shock as they all focused on the star boundary. Since everything has been settled after several years, they can naturally notice things they haven't paid attention to previously. Consider yourself lucky that you've managed to take control of that new great territory. That was mine from the start. Xianxia was so vexed that he started flushing. I already told them that other than the star boundary, everything else in High Heaven territory belonged to High Heaven Palace. They couldn't have a hand in anything. Su Linggong replied, "High Heaven territory and the new great territory are two different things." With a livid expression, Xianxia refuted, "That's mine, and the new Star City is also supposed to belong to me." Su Linggong sneered as he looked down at the newly built Star City and shook his head. "Don't blame them for being greedy. You're fully aware of how attractive a new great territory is. How many good things have you found in the new great territory over the years? I've never asked you about it, but it doesn't mean I have no idea. You're exchanging a Star City for the right to take control of an entire new great territory. No matter how you look at it, you're at an advantage. Just think about it. Since it's no longer a secret and a decision has been made, you won't need to be secretive when exploring the new great territory anymore. It's a good thing." Despite knowing that the old man was right, Xianxia still felt as though he had a chunk of flesh sliced off from his body. Previously, he had already planned on building a massive star city outside of the star boundary. The star boundary had become the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises had built Tao temples here. There were also innumerable great forces that came over to find out what was going on. The star boundary and the world tree had changed everything. This level of popularity in a single place was simply unprecedented. With so many people gathering together, it was more effective than any advertising campaign. It would be a waste if a star city wasn't built to profit from the situation. Therefore, a few years ago, Xianxia had already planned on building a star city outside the star boundary. If the star city in High Heaven territory was successfully built, it would soon surpass all other known star cities. Even the first-class star cities controlled by the cave heavens and paradises as well as Voidland's star city at the peak of its popularity wouldn't be comparable to the one in High Heaven territory. However, when his plan was finally carried out, the cave heavens and paradises jumped right in to snatch the benefits. Certainly, those sly old foxes could see the things Xianxia could see. Other than the world tree in the star boundary, the new star city would be a treasure trove that everybody wanted to get their hands on. Hence, the representatives of all 108 great forces gathered together in High Heaven Palace to negotiate with Xianxia. In the end, he was defeated. Previously, they had to get some benefits from Xianxia and the star boundary, so they were willing to make huge concessions. However, this time was different. Some of them even brought up the new great territory. It seemed that if Yang Kai wouldn't agree to building a star city and distributing the benefits, they were ready to target the new great territory. Even though Su Linggong and Yu Changdao didn't make things difficult for Yang Kai, they were unable to help him out since all the others shared the same sentiment. A weak Yang Kai was certainly unable to win the argument against 108 top great forces. It was expected that he would be defeated. Hence, this was the outcome. The new Star City would be owned by the Cave Heavens and Paradises as well as High Heaven Palace jointly, with all the benefits being shared among them. However, with Yang Kai fiercely fighting back, he had eventually won the right to manage the Star City in High Heaven territory, which was what he had expected. Although it would be exhausting to manage such a big Star City, there were a lot of benefits to be gained. With such power in possession, those from High Heaven Palace could get 5% of the Star City's profit. Although 5% sounded like a small figure, it had to be noted that the remaining 95% was shared by all 108 great forces. In comparison, 5% was a lot. Su Linggong had also told Yang Kai not to underestimate 5% of profit as it might even surpass what he could get from the Star City in Void territory. However, with the Star Boundary as the center, Yang Kai had to build space arrays at the Star City and the territory gate of High Heaven territory so that they could move around swiftly. Those were the concessions both parties had to make as mentioned by Su Linggong. High Heaven Palace had gained the most benefits since they had the right to manage the Star City. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had to be responsible for arranging the space arrays. A sulky Yang Kai rebuked, "I don't mind arranging the space arrays, but the ordinary ones cannot transfer people across such a long distance. Once it's too far, the arrays cannot be connected. I can arrange the arrays that could send people from the territory gate to the Star Boundary, but we'd have to draw on the power of the Star Boundary to make that happen. On that note, there's one thing I don't understand. Why don't we just build a universe temple in High Heaven territory instead of asking me to arrange special space arrays? Every great territory had at least one universe temple that served as a resting place for cultivators. Could also help them save time on traveling. However, there wasn't a universe temple in High Heaven territory since it didn't even have a name in the universe chart previously." Su Linggong replied calmly, "It's not that they don't want to build a universe temple here. It's that they can't. The universe temples left behind in the great territories are all from ancient times. No one from the Cave Heavens and Paradises is able to build a universe temple now." Yang Kai was stunned. "There are things that the Cave Heavens and Paradises can't do?" Su Linggong said, "Universe temples are essentially enhanced versions of space arrays, so mastery in the Tao of space to build them. No one can build a universe temple without such skill. You might not be aware of it, but there are some universe temples in several great territories that have become dilapidated and lost their functions. Although we've been trying to restore them, it's been to no avail. Not many people in the 3,000 worlds know how to use space principles, let alone have mastery of them." Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Knowing what was on the other man's mind, Su Linggong continued, "I know what you're thinking. You want to study the mysteries of the universe temples, right?" Yang Kai nodded. "It'd be for the best if there's such a chance. Universe temples certainly contained the secrets of the grand Tao of space. If he could study them carefully, he would gain immense benefits as well." Su Linggong replied with a smile, "Just wait. I've reported this matter to the sect master, and he'll make the arrangements. However, you're not from one of the Cave Heavens or Paradises, so I cannot be sure whether you'll have a chance to look into the universe temples. The decision will have to be made by the higher-ups." Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you all so cautious about it? Everyone will benefit if the universe temples are restored." Following a sigh, Su Linggong replied, "What you can see is not the complete picture of the 3,000 worlds. You have no right to know many things now. When you become strong enough one day, you'll find out. Now, I can only tell you that the mystery of universe temples has far-reaching implications. If we're not careful, we might cause a disaster for the 3,000 worlds." An astounded Yang Kai looked dazedly at Su Linggong, but he didn't think the latter was exaggerating. "What do you think about creating the space arrays?" Su Linggong urged. "Those shameless old people have asked me to persuade you. Just tell me right away whether you'll agree to it." Yang Kai snorted. In order to send people from the territory gate to the star boundary, the space arrays would be immense and costly. High Heaven Palace and Void Land can't possibly afford it. Su Linggong scoffed. Stingy brat. Don't worry, you'll not pay anything for the materials. Xianxia nodded. That's more like it. However, the distance between the territory gate and the star boundary is too far. Even if they could be connected by space arrays, it would still require the power of the star boundary to make it happen. The heritage of the star boundary would suffer a slight loss every time the arrays were used. Therefore, even if the arrays are successfully built, they can't be used for free. For every transfer, High Heaven Palace will collect a certain fee. Su Linggong snorted. Not only do you possess Void Star City and 5% of High Heaven Star City, you also have the resources of the new Great Territory as a backup. I can't believe you're still trying to profit from the space arrays. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Haven't you heard that many grains of sand can build a tower? You can never underestimate the amount of money something will generate. Martial Uncle Su, you're not responsible for managing a sect, so you have no idea how difficult it is to run one. After giving it a thought, Su Linggong replied, give some free quotas to the cave heavens and paradises every year. Within those quotas, they won't be charged a fee. Anyone who exceeds the quotas will have to pay the same fee as outsiders. Xianxia pondered on it for a moment and replied, good. Write down the materials needed to arrange the arrays and give the list to me later. I'll ask them to share the cost. With a smile, Xianxia fished out a jade slip and passed it to him. Here. Seeing that this boy was already prepared, Su Linggong rolled his eyes, and upon looking into the jade slip, he did so again. Even though he had no idea how many materials were needed to arrange these space arrays, it was obvious Xianxia was trying to get more than what was required. Without pointing it out though, he stored the jade slip and left. He was obviously going to ask the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to share the cost. Su Linggong was pretty efficient as he passed Xianxia a space ring 3 days later. Xianxia directly stored the ring without looking into it. Then he returned to the star boundary. After bringing Luan Baifeng and some people with him, he headed straight to the first territory gate. Fortunately, before the epic battle against Heavenly Sword Union, he had left behind many space beacons around High Heaven territory. Therefore, they didn't really have to fly over as they soon reached the territory gate by making use of those space beacons. Arranging space arrays was like a walk in the park for Xianxia. However, the one he was building was much larger than any array he had arranged before, and it would require a lot of materials. Working for a full month, the gigantic array finally took shape near the territory gate. Without taking a rest, he headed straight to the star boundary and found a suitable location before working on a corresponding space array. Since this array was connected to the star boundary, it would draw on the universe world's immense world force every time it was used. Otherwise, it couldn't be linked to the array at the territory gate that was trillions of kilometers away. Xianxia wasn't lying when he said to Su Linggong that the heritage of the star boundary would be used every time the array was used. It was the truth. However, only a small amount of heritage would be needed. With the continuous nourishment from the world tree, the consumption was essentially negligible. 10 days later, the array in the star boundary was completed. Xianxia then headed to the star city. This time, it only took him 1 day to finish building a new space array. Hence, the arrays that connected the territory gate to the star boundary and then led to the star city had been completed. The presence of these arrays could allow cultivators to move around easily. Otherwise, when the visitors arrived at High Heaven territory, it would take them about half a month to go from the territory gate to the star city. During this period of time, the star city had also been completed. The cave heavens and paradises as well as High Heaven Palace had selected the best locations to open their shops, while the rest of the land was rented out. Some astute business people had started asking about the Star City as they were apparently ready to start businesses there. However, since Xianxia hadn't come up with a framework to manage the Star City, he decided to ignore them for now. Void Star City was currently managed by Mo Mei, a 6th Order Master, and since High Heaven Star City was much larger, the person in charge naturally couldn't be weak. Xianxia intended to select one of the Great Emperors from the Star Boundary. The Great Emperors also had the ability to borrow world strength from the star boundary. Given the powerful heritage of the star boundary, after borrowing its world force, they could exert the might of the seventh order open heaven realm. They would certainly be less powerful than Yangkai, but that was because their heritages were weaker to begin with. Only by doing so could they have a better control over High Heaven Star City. The reason Yangkai decided to build the Star City near the star boundary was that the great emperor in charge of the city would be able to draw on the power of the star boundary. Since he now had some free time, Yangkai gathered all the great emperors together and told them about his plans, and after he finished, everyone turned to look at Duan Hongchun at the same time. Bustling World Great Emperor chuckled. Well, it seems that I'll have to take up the responsibility. The decision was made just like that. Bustling World Great Emperor would become the governor of High Heaven Star City. Even though it might occupy some of his cultivation time, there shouldn't be a problem as long as he could manage his time well. On the day the Star City opened for business, innumerable merchants streamed into the city as they continuously knocked on the door of the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, in a universe world in the new Great Territory, Yangkai was seated across from Wu Kuang. It had been a few years since they last met, and Wu Kuang had become even more formidable. Perhaps it was because he had swallowed the heritages of a few sixth-order masters that he was unable to fully conceal his aura now and was shrouded in demon chi. There were some living creatures in this universe world, but none of them had any sentience. It was obvious that it had been a short time since they were born, and the environment was hostile as the place was covered in a sandstorm. However, Wu Kuang didn't mind it at all as he decided to settle down here. Yangkai gazed at him and asked, "What are your future plans?" Wu Kuang was holding a wine bottle given to him by Yangkai as he leaned against a chair. His demeanor didn't look like that of a senior expert. As he raised the bottle and let the wine flow into his mouth, he replied nonchalantly, "I'll keep hiding for a few years and digest what I've eaten." Yangkai nodded. "That's for the best. More than 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters have gathered together in the star boundary. They'll notice you as soon as you show up, and they'll definitely try to kill you. Nevertheless, it's not like you can keep hiding forever. You'll have to go out one day." Wu Kuang shot him a glance. "Don't worry. Since this king has tasted so many palatable dishes, I can never go back to having coarse food. Anyone that's lower than the fifth order will be tasteless to me, not to mention the lowly living beings in those universe worlds." Yangkai didn't feel strange even though Wu Kuang pointed out what was on his mind. Although the person before his eyes had lent him a hand in many ways, Yangkai had never forgotten that the man was the heaven-devouring great emperor who had devastated many star fields in the past. Wherever he went, all the stars would be destroyed and all living creatures killed. If he suddenly had the urge to commit an outrageous act in the new Great Territory, the consequences would be dreadful. The martial Tao of the universe worlds in this new Great Territory was generally low, so they were certainly unable to ward off the heaven-devouring Great Emperor if he was determined to kill. Furthermore, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master. With that said, Yangkai became at ease upon hearing Wu Kuang's words. Given the latter's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits by harming those universe worlds. "Just spill it. Why have you come all the way here to look for me? I don't think you're here just to see how I'm doing," Wu Kuang asked nonchalantly. "There's indeed something I need to ask you about." Yangkai nodded and looked at him frankly. "After the Tao Theory Assembly, I entered a small source world named the Divine Armament World in Inyang Cave Heaven to get some training. I tried cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law in there, but I almost suffered from cultivation dissonance." Wu Kuang said with a grin, "You've really cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law?" Yangkai nodded. "The effects of this secret art are heaven-defying. It's able to absorb all sorts of energy, and my cultivation increased swiftly in the initial phase. However, as my cultivation improved, the downsides of the secret art also started appearing. My temperament was affected, and I nearly lost all rationality. That's to be expected. There are pros and cons to everything in this world. How could there be no downsides for an amazing secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law?" Yangkai looked fervently at him. "But I don't think you've suffered from any downsides as you cultivate it." Wu Kuang scoffed. "Who told you that? Do you think this king was born a heinous murderer who thought nothing of slaughtering people? He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. When I first started cultivating, I treasured life so much that I wouldn't even dare to kill the ants on the ground. As astounded Xianxia stared at him in shock. Could the infamous heaven-devouring great emperor of the star boundary have once been a kind-hearted man in the past? Although he couldn't believe it, he thought that it was at least possible. After all, everyone was supposedly born to be kind. All of a sudden, Wuquang cackled wildly as a fierce look spread all over his face. Of course I'm lying, you brat. This king was born wild and savage. All living creatures are no different from ants in my eyes. The reason you're suffering from the downsides of heaven-devouring battle law is that you can't resolve the impurities you've absorbed. This king can do that, so I'm not bothered by it. How do you resolve them? Xianxia asked humbly. There was no doubt that heaven-devouring battle law was an evil secret art, but he had to acknowledge that it was astonishing. He had a taste of it while getting his training in the small source world, so he could declare with certainty it was the pinnacle of secret arts. He might have more chances to enter other small source worlds in the future, so if he had to start over like he had experienced in the divine armament world, he could rely on heaven-devouring battle law. Despite having a dragon vein though, Xianxia couldn't guarantee that he would never suffer from cultivation dissonance when cultivating the evil art. This problem could be solved if Wuquang was willing to teach him a thing or two. You can't resolve them. Wuquang waved his hand with a smile. Many things are predestined, just like how the stone spirits are born to be suitable for cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Everyone else who wants to cultivate it won't be able to escape the downsides. Xianxia fell into his thoughts. Although Wuquang never pointed it out, the insinuation in his words was apparent to Xianxia. He was trying to say that just like the stone spirits, he was born suited to cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. This couldn't be achieved with hard work as it was an innate trait. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Wuquang was killed while some of the great emperors perished in the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. However, Wuquang's remnant soul remained as he hid inside the Shattered Star Sea and waited for a chance to revive himself. Bustling World Great Emperor was willing to cripple his own cultivation repeatedly, causing him to fall from the status of Great Emperor to below the Tao Source Realm, then enter the Shattered Star Sea in order to get rid of Wuquang for good. Unfortunately, his body was occupied by Wuquang instead. Although Wuquang had only partly succeeded, he managed to escape the fate of death. After the battle against great demon god Emoshang, Wuquang seized Emoshang's body and finally fully resurrected. However, he was still able to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. In other words, the body didn't matter when it came to cultivating this evil secret art, nor was it the kind of support he relied on. Otherwise, he couldn't have practiced heaven-devouring battle law after occupying someone's body. Xianxia's eyes brightened as he asked, "Is there something special about your soul?" Wuquang, who was about to directly drink from the wine bottle again, paused his movement and gazed at him in shock. "Brat, you're really something to be able to realize it. It's really because of your soul?" Xianxia's interest has been piqued. He didn't expect his speculation to turn out to be true. Wuquang put down the wine bottle and gave it a thought for a moment. Then he put on a grin. "Fine. Since you're able to realize this, I'll show you something good. I never even let old Ghost Duan see it before." Xianxia immediately raised his hand to stop him. "If you're going to kill me after showing me that thing, I don't want to see it." It had to be noted that Wuquang and Duan Hongchun had stayed in the same body for years. If Wuquang really had any secrets, Bustling World Great Emperor should have been fully aware of them. However, since he said that Duan Hongchun was also not aware of it, he must have carefully hid this particular secret. It was probably his best-kept secret. Wuquang snickered. "I'm not able to defeat you anyway, so how am I supposed to kill you in order to keep the secret hidden? You also have something similar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have decided to show you." "I have something similar?" Xianxia frowned as he had no idea what the other man was talking about. While he was doubtful, he suddenly became horrified because Wuquang reached up his hands and clenched his own head before pulling it apart. His skull cracked open and his brain was revealed. It was an understatement to say that Xianxia was horrified. He almost wanted to curse at him. On the other hand, Wuquang lowered his head and showed him his brain in an undefended manner. There was a petite soul avatar, which was transformed from Wu Kuang's soul, sitting there. However, the soul avatar was presently seated on a blooming lotus in a solemn manner. When Yang Kai caught sight of the lotus, he became startled for a moment. That was because the lotus looked just like his soul-warming lotus. The only difference was its color. The soul-warming lotus radiated a glow of 7 colors while the lotus in Wu Kuang's head was pure white, which looked like it contained absolutely no impurities. The 2 supreme lotuses, innate supreme treasures of the world. One of them is soul-warming lotus while the other is my flawless purifying lotus. The soul avatar that was seated on the lotus opened his eyes and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Instead of appearing savage though, he looked like the purest person in the world. One of the lotuses works on the soul while the other works on the body. The soul-warming lotus is able to nourish the soul and increase the power of one's divine sense. Even though the flawless purifying lotus is also slightly beneficial to the soul, its biggest effects are on the body. It can cleanse all impurities from the body. Whoever has the flawless purifying lotus in their possession will obtain the divine flawless body. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, this king's body was destroyed, and my remnant soul survived by hiding inside the flawless purifying lotus. Without this thing, this king's soul would have been extinguished long ago. Unfortunately, the flawless purifying lotus doesn't have a great impact on the soul like the soul-warming lotus. I only managed to recover after many years. The reason I was more powerful than the other great emperors in the past was because I had the divine flawless body. While Wu Kuang slowly narrated his story, the emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. He finally came to the realization why Wu Kuang never suffered from any downsides while cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, and what the latter meant that he had something similar. The soul-warming lotus worked on the soul while the flawless purifying lotus worked on the body. It was no wonder that Wu Kuang was able to subsequently occupy the bodies of Duan Hongchun and Emoshang without any downsides. It was because he had the flawless purifying lotus. With this thing in possession, all the impurities Wu Kuang absorbed while cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law could be easily dispersed, and he wouldn't be affected in any way. It was a supreme treasure that perfectly complemented the heaven-devouring battle law. That also explained why he was able to hide his cultivation from 7th Order masters so easily. It was all thanks to the flawless purifying lotus. After all, the flawless purifying lotus had the biggest effects on the body. It had been many years since Wu Kuang obtained it, so it wasn't surprising that he had developed some secret techniques that took advantage of the flawless purifying lotus. It was just like how Yang Kai had comprehended blossoming lotus and sealed lotus. Otherwise, a mid-rank open heaven realm master, even a 6th Order one, could never hide his cultivation from high-rank masters. Wu Kuang closed his skull as the crack perfectly healed. Not even a drop of blood was shed. A dumbfounded Yang Kai said enviously, "With the flawless purifying lotus in your possession, you would never be killed." Wu Kuang questioned, "You have soul-warming lotus. Does it mean your soul will never be destroyed?" It was then the realization dawned upon Yang Kai. The soul-warming lotus was able to protect the soul and help it heal from any damage, just like how the flawless purifying lotus could help restore Wu Kuang's body. However, if his soul was instantly destroyed, no treasure would be able to help. Wu Kuang then said with a grin, "This king wouldn't have revealed his biggest secret if it weren't, because I know you have the soul-warming lotus. You have to keep it a secret." Yang Kai pursed his lips. "That will depend on what price you're willing to pay." Wu Kuang curved his lips into a smile without responding to him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to ask him how to hide his own cultivation. The skill was immensely useful as it could be used to fool enemies. It might even help to turn things around at critical moments. However, there wasn't a need to ask him about it now. The reason Wu Kuang was able to hide his cultivation was that he had the flawless purifying lotus, not because of some secret technique. The 2 supreme lotuses respectively work on the body and the soul. If we can combine them, the results would certainly be incredible, Wu Kuang said longingly. Yang Kai said, "You'll find out if you give me your flawless purifying lotus." Wu Kuang shot him a glance. "Why don't you give me your soul-warming lotus instead?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Let's see who will live longer then. If you pass away, I'll have a chance. I'll wait for that chance as well. Yang Kai rose from the chair and said, Inform me whenever you want to leave. If you have some free time, help explore this new great territory and see whether there are any good things. Wu Kuang leaned against the chair and closed his eyes before waving his hand impatiently. Get lost. As he spoke, he fished out a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and looked into it, then left the place with a smile. Young master, gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing is here. He has also brought back several 100,000 disciples from Void Land. He approached Yang Kai as soon as he returned to High Heaven Palace. I saw. Yang Kai looked up at the fleet of ships outside of High Heaven Palace. Where's Lu Jing? He's waiting for you in the reception hall. He replied. I'll see him now. Yang Kai left the place upon finishing his words. The next moment, in the reception hall, Lu Jing rose from the chair and cupped his fist. Senior brother Yang. Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder and extended his hand. Have a seat. After both of them were seated, Yang Kai spoke first. Many thanks for your efforts, brother Lu. Lu Jing quickly waved his hand. Don't mention it, senior brother. Before Mo may return to Voidland, Yang Kai had told her to have the disciples of Voidland prepare to return to the star boundary. When he previously brought 600,000 disciples to Voidland from the star boundary, his intention was to give them a better environment to cultivate and develop in. However, he had not expected that once the world tree grew up, the benefits it would give back would be so immense. By residing in the star boundary, one could better understand the heavenly way and martial Tao. This in turn allowed one to condense a firmer Tao seal, which would allow them to achieve a higher initial order when ascending to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to bring several 100,000 disciples back. The only ones who remained were those who had already condensed their Tao seals. When he previously moved those people from the star boundary to Voidland, Yang Kai made use of his small sealed world. However, his small sealed world was gone for good, and he was swamped with work. Hence, he could only ask Mo Mei to come up with a solution to send the disciples back. Several 100,000 people were a staggering number. While Mo Mei had no idea how she should handle this matter, Lu Jing came knocking on the door and offered to transfer the people by using Gathering Yuan Union's fleet of ships. Mo Mei didn't turn him down and let him take over the matter. Gathering Yuan Union was a great force focused on commerce, with many ships scattered all over the 3,000 worlds. Since Lu Jing was the young Union master, he was able to mobilize 100 such ships at once. However, it still wasn't enough. In the end, it was the merchants in Void Star City who decided to help out by offering some ships, thus allowing the several 100,000 people to return to the star boundary safely. Presently, about 1,000 ships of different shapes and sizes were hovering in the sky outside of High Heaven Palace. The sight was truly magnificent. Since they had offered to help, Voidland would certainly repay the favor. They were given some benefits in both the star cities of High Heaven Territory and Void Territory, so it could be considered a deal that would please both parties. As of now, only about 10,000 disciples were left in Voidland. These people had all condensed their Tao seals, so it was pointless for them to come back to the star boundary. Looking back, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't a wise move to bring those 600,000 people to Voidland in the past, for he now had to transfer almost 99% of them back to the star boundary. Nevertheless, given the situation at that time, he couldn't have imagined that the world tree would have such amazing effects on the residents living in this place. Fortunately, it still wasn't too late to rectify his mistake. Furthermore, those 10,000 people managed to condense their Tao seals because they were sent to Voidland. In just 10 to 20 years, these 10,000 people from the star boundary would subsequently ascend to the open heaven realm. By then, Voidland's shortage of manpower would be alleviated. When Zuoquan Hui previously led Heavenly Sword Union to cordon off the territory gates in order to slowly starve out Voidland, many of the merchants in the Star City fled, which caused the popularity of Void Star City to plunge. However, Lu Jing did exactly the opposite. Regardless of whether he had sharp vision or he was simply grateful to Yang Kai who had protected him in the prison star back then, he would never be treated poorly by Yang Kai since he had offered to help when Voidland was in crisis. This time, Lu Jing was also the biggest contributor in bringing the disciples of Voidland back to the star boundary. Therefore, after some small talk, Yang Kai told Yu He to bring over the map of the Star City in High Heaven territory. Upon opening it, he said to Lu Jing, "The shops labeled in green on the map already have owners, and the rest are ownerless. You can choose 10 shops from this map. Consider it a gift from me." Lu Jing was amazed by Yang Kai's generosity. It had to be noted that the Star City in High Heaven territory was different from any other existing Star City. All the cave heavens and paradises had gathered together in this place, which made it the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. The place was destined to be a superstar city where resources from countless great territories would converge. The average great force would be lucky to acquire a single shop here, let alone 10 shops. However, Yang Kai was generous enough to give him 10 shops right away. The shops alone were incredibly valuable, so the profits that would follow would be unimaginable. Before Lu Jing came to this place, his father, the Union Master of the Gathering Yuan Union, told him that if they could get a shop in the Star City in High Heaven territory, they would be able to take the business of Gathering Yuan Union to the next level. Therefore, he asked his son to rent a shop in the Star City in High Heaven territory regardless of what it cost. If his father knew that they were getting 10 shops instead of 1, he would probably faint from happiness. Lu Jing was still in a dazed state as he had never expected that he would get such a tremendous reward in return for his offer to help a few years ago. While suppressing the excitement in his heart, he said, "You've already helped me a lot, senior brother. If it weren't because of your protection in the prison star, I wouldn't have survived. It was the least I could do help deliver the disciples of Voidland back to the star boundary. It's not worth such a reward." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. "Business is business. The 10 shops won't be given to the Gathering Yuan Union for no reason. See it as a gift to you for cooperating with High Heaven Palace. In the future, High Heaven Palace and Voidland might need your help again. When developing the new great territory, they would surely acquire a lot of resources. Some of those resources were useless to Voidland, so it would be best to exchange them for something else or simply sold. Therefore, they would have to rely on the network the Gathering Yuan Union had." Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Lu Jing stopped turning him down. However, 10 shops was a lot, and Gathering Yuan Union might not be effectively use them all. After giving it a thought, he continued, "Senior brother, I'll accept the 10 shops on Gathering Yuan Union's behalf, on the condition you remain a shareholder. If there's any profit at all, you'll receive 30%. If you don't agree to this, I won't dare to accept the shops." He reckoned that he might invite trouble to himself by taking the shops directly. Presently, countless great forces were trying to secure a place in the Star City, and many people visited the governor's mansion every day, which was giving bustling world great emperor a severe headache. Other than the cave heavens and paradises, no one else could even dream of obtaining 10 shops at once. Although Gathering Yuan Union was fairly powerful, it still wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises. If they suddenly obtained 10 shops in the most coveted star city in the 3,000 worlds, some ill-intentioned people might try to sabotage them. Without Yang Kai as a backer, Gathering Yuan Union might not be able to bear the burden. Therefore, it would be beneficial to form a cooperative relationship by offering a 30% share of the profits, trading some money for peace of mind. After all, for business people, they could only make money by having a harmonious relationship with others. If they had to deal with all sorts of strife every day, they wouldn't have time to do business. Understanding apparently dawned on Yang Kai as well, so he didn't bother to decline. "Sure." An elated Lu Jing cupped his fist. "Many thanks, senior brother." He then wiped his mouth as though there was a palatable dish in front of him. As he looked at the map, he asked, "Senior brother, can I choose any shops that are not labeled in green?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and replied with a smile, "Yes." Lu Jing directly pointed at the map and made a swipe. "I want half of the street." Then, after taking a sip of the tea, Yang Kai looked down and chuckled. "You do have sharp vision. This street will certainly be popular in the future. We were planning on opening an auction house there after all." An ecstatic Lu Jing replied, "Since you're going to build an auction house there, There's no way the street won't be filled with people. The reason the Star City in Voidland was able to garner so much popularity in a short time was because of its auction house. Other auction houses might not be able to cause such a big impact, but it was made possible by Yang Kai since his auction house had heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills to sell. Yang Kai initially wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lu Jing was eager to head to the Star City to secure his ownership of the shops, so Yang Kai reluctantly let him go. After writing something in the jade slip, he passed it to Lu Jing and told him to give it to bustling world great emperor when the latter arrived at the governor's mansion in the Star City. The popularity of the Star City was rising rapidly as more merchants started opening their shops. Even though it was still in the early stage, they could see that the place would certainly develop into a superstar city one day. On the other hand, the 3 space arrays set up by Yang Kai in High Heaven territory could now be used by anyone. It could save them more traveling time than simply using a universe temple. In the star boundary, Hua Qingxi had been very busy since she had to help the several 100,000 disciples who had returned to High Heaven Palace settle down. The cave heavens and paradises had also moved many young disciples from their own great territories into the Tao temples in the star boundary. These were the people those cave heavens and paradises had high hopes for. Most of them were children that had never cultivated. There were even some newborn toddlers. Of course, many parents and caretakers were also brought to this place. No one knew whether these kids would grow up to be amazing masters in a few hundred years, but they were all looking forward to the possibilities. As time passed, High Heaven territory became organized following the initial commotion. More good news soon arrived from Voidland. The pseudo-great emperors Li Wuyi, Jiufeng, Yang Yan, Bing Yun, and several others, including Yang Kai's wives Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, Shan Qingluo, Ji Yao, and Yu Rumeng had all ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, which significantly increased the overall power of Voidland. Apart from that, the number of Open Heaven realm masters had increased by 100 people. The people who had followed Yang Kai in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary like Lang Qingshan and the others had also made it to the Open Heaven realm. Lang Qingshan didn't disappoint Yang Kai as he directly ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, while the others were mostly in the 4th Order. In a secret room in High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and let out a turbid breath. Following years of cultivation in seclusion, his cultivation saw a significant increase. When he previously battled against Zuoquan Hui, he borrowed the Star Boundary's world strength to temporarily become a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. Although he returned that power to the Star Boundary afterwards, his foundation had been strengthened during the process, which saved him years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in the battle in the new Great Territory, Zuoquan Hui made a surprise move before his death, which contaminated Yang Kai's small universe with impurities, effectively rendering the gains he made moot. In order to ward off Shuabu Kun and Yu Huan, Yang Kai borrowed the Star Boundary's world force again. However, he couldn't get as many benefits as when he did it the first time. The increase in the heritage of his small universe was only half of that of the first time. Yang Kai reckoned that if he ever borrowed world force for a 3rd time, there wouldn't be any benefits at all. Borrowing world strength was just like consuming special cultivation pills. The effects of the first time were the best, but repeated uses yielded progressively fewer benefits. In the Grand Hall, Yang Kai was seated across from Hua Qingxi as he listened to her report and nodded from time to time. Everything in High Heaven territory was running smoothly as the cave heavens and paradises had settled down in the Star Boundary. The Star City in High Heaven territory was also on the rise. The development in the new Great Territory was still slow, but it wasn't a problem that could be resolved in a short time. However, there was one thing that surprised Yang Kai. Many of the high-rank masters remained in the Star Boundary? Hua Qingxi nodded. Only about 30% of them have left. The rest are still in the Star Boundary. Moreover, most of them are meditating on the World Tree. I'm not sure if there are any unexpected benefits to be gained by cultivating there. Yang Kai arched his brow. Even though only a few years had passed, everything in High Heaven territory had stabilized. Therefore, it was surprising that the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had remained in this place. It had to be noted that those high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were inner elders of their respective sects. Not only did they have noble identities, but they were also very powerful. Furthermore, since they were responsible for handling external affairs, they should be swamped with work. Yang Kai initially thought that most of them had left, so he was surprised to learn that not only had they stayed, but they were also cultivating on the world tree. What's going on? Seeing that Hua Qingxi appeared hesitant, he demanded, "Just spill it." With a frown, Hua Qingxi replied gently, "I'm not sure if this is my misconception, but after years of observation, this mistress has a feeling that the high-rank open heaven realm masters are guarding against something." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Guarding against what?" Hua Qingxi shook her head. "I have no idea. Perhaps we've underestimated the importance of the world tree to those high-rank open heaven realm masters." Yang Kai fell silent. Hua Qingxi went on to say, "Senior Su said that once you exited retreat, you should head to the world tree to look for him. It seems that there's something he needs to discuss with you." Yang Kai nodded and got up. "I'm going over now. After meeting Martial Uncle Su, I'll be leaving, and I'm not sure when I'll return." Hua Qingxi hurriedly asked, "Do we need to inform Madame Yu He and the others?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "There's no need for that. Just tell them to take care of high heaven territory and void territory. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back within 100 years. "Yes," Hua Qingxi replied respectfully. When she looked up again, the man was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in high heaven territory and void territory, and after a few years of cultivation and seclusion, he desperately needed to go out and take a stroll. Moreover, there were really some matters he had to handle. The next instant, he appeared at the bottom of the world tree. When he looked up at the gigantic tree that covered the entire sky, he was still awestruck by its magnificence. He could clearly feel that some hidden and powerful auras were swirling around the branches. They were none other than the high-rank open heaven realm masters who were cultivating on the tree. Besides that, he also realized that there were some traces of an abstruse grand array around the world tree. The way the grand array was arranged was ingenious and extremely well hidden. If it weren't because he was a great emperor who was fully aware of everything that was going on in the star boundary, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. This prompted him to furrow his brows. He initially didn't mind it when Hua Qingxi said that the high-rank open heaven realm masters were guarding against something, but now it seemed that she was right. However, what could possibly make so many high-rank open heaven realm masters act so cautiously? They had even arranged a powerful grand array around the world tree. Yang Kai directly leaped onto a thick branch without anyone around and sat down with his legs crossed. As he closed his eyes, he started circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his eyes while feeling helpless. He initially thought that there were some unexpected benefits to be gained by cultivating on the world tree that made so many high-rank open heaven realm masters remain here. Nevertheless, after giving it a try, he realized that it wasn't the case. There was no doubt that the world tree was continuously nourishing the star boundary, but cultivators were unable to refine that power directly from its source. There were no additional benefits by cultivating in this place. Then, he looked up and saw Su Linggong beckoning to him with a smile from a higher branch. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui were also standing behind him. Yang Kai leaped into the air and landed in front of Su Linggong before cupping his fist. "Martial Uncle Su, you've finally left seclusion." Su Linggong examined him. Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Why are all of you here?" "It's said that humans are driven by greed and interests." There was an inscrutable smile on Su Linggong's face. Yang Kai knitted his brows. "What do you mean?" Su Linggong directly drew a circle in the air. "They're trying to put the world tree inside their small universes." Yang Kai instantly became infuriated. The reason the star boundary didn't fall apart in the past was that he had planted a root of the real world tree here. The prosperity that the star boundary now enjoyed was also thanks to the world tree. If someone managed to put the world tree inside his or her small universe, the star boundary would be doomed. By then, not only would the star boundary lose its stability, its very existence would also be in question. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that he had been betrayed by these people. With the continuous nourishment from the world tree, more talented youths started appearing in the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had no other choice, he was still willing to share the benefits with the cave heavens and paradises. However, he had never expected that while he was cultivating in seclusion over the past few years, these people were trying to harm his interests. That was the reason Yang Kai was incensed. He then summoned his azure dragon spear directly and unleashed dragon pressure all around as he roared, "Don't you all dare cross the line!" The weather in the star boundary changed dramatically since the great emperor was furious. Even the world tree shook. The high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were cultivating with their eyes closed on the branches, were shocked as they opened their eyes and gazed at Yang Kai from all directions. It was expected that Yang Kai was worried. Even though the world tree was gargantuan, the high-rank open heaven realm masters were still able to put it inside their small universes if they insisted on doing that. Yang Kai was also able to do that in the past, not to mention those high-rank open heaven realm masters. Su Linggong quickly raised his hands and placated him. "Stop being so agitated. It's not as bad as you think." A furious Yang Kai refuted. "It's still not bad enough? Would it only be considered bad when they finally snatched the tree?" Su Linggong broke into a fit of laughter. "The world tree is now connected to the star boundary. As a great emperor of this place, you must be fully aware of that. The roots of the world tree have penetrated the cores of the star boundary and demon realm. In order to obtain the world tree, one has to put both the star boundary and demon realm inside their small universe. Do you think any one of them can do that?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. Just like Su Linggong had said, as a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai was fully aware of what was going on in this place. Beneath the ground where no one else could see, the roots of the world tree had spread and penetrated the entire universe world. It had indeed merged with the star boundary and demon realm. In order to take away the world tree, one had to put both the star boundary and demon realm inside their small universe, which was an extremely difficult task. Su Linggong went on to say, "Moreover, even if there's really a person who can do that, it wouldn't be worth it. The star boundary and demon realm have their own unique world forces. Putting them inside their small universe is no different from absorbing countless impurities that don't match their own foundation. That might destabilize their small universe and cause their realm to plunge." It was only then that Yang Kai lowered his azure dragon spear. "Why did you say they're trying to put the world tree then, Martial Uncle Su? Since there were so many downsides to it, why were they still trying to do it?" Su Linggong explained, "It's not what you think. What I mean by putting the world tree in their small universes is that we're cultivating here in an attempt to obtain the world tree's acknowledgement so that we can transfer a root into our small universes. If we can do that, it'll be immensely beneficial. The star boundary had been transformed from a desolate place into a prosperous one thanks to the world tree. If any high-rank open heaven realm master was able to plant a root of the world tree in their small universe, they would get tremendous benefits once it started growing. Unfortunately, it's just the subtree of the world tree, so we can't guarantee that the root will survive such a transplant. There wouldn't be such a problem if it was the mother tree." Su Linggong sighed and gazed at Yang Kai. "If you planted the root in your small universe instead of putting it in the star boundary in the past, you wouldn't have faced any bottleneck when trying to ascend to the ninth order." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. "Do you regret it?" Su Linggong stared at him with narrowed eyes. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'll certainly make it to the ninth order sooner or later. However, if the root of the world tree hadn't been planted in the star boundary in the past, my home would have fallen apart. Despite my loss, the star boundary has stabilized and even started thriving. It was worth it, so why would I regret anything?" Su Linggong stared fixedly at him as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. But Yang Kai's gaze was clear and calm. "A decision has been made regarding the matter I had mentioned some time ago." Su Linggong suddenly changed the topic. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What are you talking about?" "The universe temples. Have you forgotten about it?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "Have the higher-ups agreed to it?" Su Linggong replied with a smile. "You're only going to be given a chance. As for whether you'll get their acknowledgement, you'll have to go through a test." With a frown, Yang Kai asked, "You said that some of the universe temples have broken down. If I can figure out the secrets of the universe temples, I might be able to repair them." Since I have to exert myself to do that, why should I go through a test? Su Linggong shook his head. Do not think that it's unfair to you. The secrets of the universe temples have far-reaching implications, so we must not be negligent. I can't tell you the details, but you just have to know that I won't harm you. Of course, I trust you, martial uncle. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, come with me. It was then Su Linggong stepped forward, followed by Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui. After storing the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai hurriedly followed them. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something, and as he turned his head to look, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were cultivating in hidden places just now, had all appeared in front of the World Tree, regardless of their age, status, or gender. All these inner elders from the various cave heavens and paradises wore solemn expressions. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, dozens of people suddenly lowered their heads and cupped their fists. Even Zhuo Bukun and Yu Huan, who were clearly on bad terms with Su Linggong, were doing so. These people saluted the four of them in a way as though they would never return. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt a sense of solemnity and forlornness in the air. It was convenient to go from High Heaven Palace to the territory gate that led to the neighboring Great Territory through the space arrays. There was a grand hall in this place where Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland were in charge of the space array and collected the fees from the cultivators who used their arrays. Upon seeing Yang Kai, these Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly saluted him. Yang Kai waved his hand and left the grand hall alongside Su Linggong as they headed straight to the territory gate. After passing through the territory gate, they entered a different great territory. It was then Su Linggong fished out a flight-type artifact. The four of them stepped into the artifact, after which Qing Kuei was responsible for controlling it, while Su Linggong led Yang Kai to a secret room and took a seat. As he looked out the window, he fell into a dazed state. It wasn't certain what was on his mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the sight when they left the World Tree just now. He had a feeling that something was going to happen, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It has been 10 years since Chuer was confined. When her punishment is over, brat, you must not forget to head to Inyang Cave Heaven to look for her. Su Linggong suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. Of course I will remember. You don't have to worry about Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Heaven. Although you haven't perfectly concealed the death of Pei Wen Xian and In Xianxia, there's no solid evidence either. No one saw how they passed away or whether you were the one who killed them. Although those from the two cave heavens have their speculations, they can only keep their mouths shut in order to protect their interests with the World Tree. After all, they're aware that it was In Xianxia and Pei Wen Xian who provoked you first, and the reason they were killed is that they were weaker than you. Dead people are not as valuable as those who are alive. Of course, if you hadn't also killed Zhuo Quan Hui, they wouldn't have made a concession so easily. The reason they're willing to give in is that you're strong enough now. Yang Kai nodded again. However, you'd be seriously mistaken if you think that the two cave heavens are pushovers. They're willing to hold back their fury not because they're afraid of you or Voidland, but rather because you've made use of other cave heavens and paradises to make them concede. You'd better not let them find any mistakes that you've made. Otherwise, they'll not hesitate to destroy you. Senior, Yang Kai gently called out. What's wrong? Su Linggong gazed at him. Are you going somewhere dangerous? Why do you think so? An amused Su Linggong stared at him. Yang Kai replied frankly, It feels like you're telling me your last words. As soon as he finished his words, Su Linggong landed a slap on his head. You're such a jinx! Yang Kai covered his head. Also, why did those people at the World Tree salute us? A shameless Su Linggong guffawed. Now you know how important I, your father, am. I was just going away for some time, but they were not willing to see me go like they were toddlers who still needed care and attention. Yang Kai pursed his lips, thinking that instead of realizing how important this old man was, he could clearly see that the latter was unabashed. Nevertheless, he would never dare to say it out loud, for Su Linggong would really beat him up if he did. What a magnificent view in the 3,000 worlds! Su Linggong looked out the window and remarked. Yang Kai followed his gaze but couldn't see anything special. He wondered why the other man was so dispirited. On the way to their destination, Su Linggong told Yang Kai about some interesting encounters he had in the past. Time flew by while they were having a friendly chat as they passed through several universe temples. It wasn't until 2 months later that Xianxia knocked on the door one day and said in a clear voice, "We've arrived at our destination, honored master." Following a grunt, Su Linggong got to his feet and pushed the door open. He was followed by Yang Kai. A moment later, they appeared in front of a universe temple. Unlike the ones Yang Kai had seen before, this universe temple was devoid of people. Although there were some shops on the streets, they were dilapidated and it was apparent that no one had visited this place for a long time. Meanwhile, a golden armor great general stopped them from going further with a halberd in hand. This majestic-looking man was entirely clad in golden armor. He was none other than an open heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven. Su Linggong loudly declared, "Inyang Cave Heaven, Su Linggong, on orders from the sect master has brought Voidland's Yang Kai to this place." Just then, Yang Kai could clearly see that the eyes behind the golden helmet were glowing as the man looked fixedly at him, as though he was able to figure out all of his secrets. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. However, the golden armor great general didn't do anything else. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he stepped aside and revealed a passageway. Su Linggong led Yang Kai to move forward while Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei followed them. Yang Kai turned his head to take a glance and narrowed his eyes. Back then, when he heard Su Linggong say that the secrets of the universe temples had far-reaching implications that might cause a disaster in the 3,000 worlds if they fell into the wrong hands, he thought that the latter was exaggerating. However, he now realized that the cave heavens and paradises were truly concerned about the universe temples. Even an abandoned universe temple was guarded by a golden armor great general from Great Battle Heaven, which went to show how important it was. The proprietress had told him before that those who wore golden armor in Great Battle Heaven were generals at the very least, which meant that they were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. The person he saw just now was a 6th order great general. Furthermore, Yang Kai could detect other hidden auras, which meant that there was more than one 6th order master around. While Yang Kai was doubtful, Su Linggong spoke. "When you see the ancestors later, there'll be a test for you. It's entirely up to you whether you want to take part in it. If you don't, however, you won't be allowed to enter the universe temple's core to explore its secrets." Su Linggong had already told him that when they departed from the star boundary. Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "What kind of test is it?" Su Linggong brushed him off by saying that he would find out soon. A moment later they arrived at a hall. Su Linggong jerked his head to the side and said, "You'll go in yourself. I'm not going to keep you company." Yang Kai bowed his head and shuffled forward. All of a sudden, Su Linggong said, "Kid, do not forget to look for Chuer when her punishment is over." Without turning his head, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Got it." When he opened the door and stepped into the hall, he realized that there was no one around. There was a complicated pattern on the ground though, and Yang Kai instantly recognized that it was the grand array of the universe temple. Usually, when a cultivator used the universe transference law to travel to a universe temple, they would arrive at such a place. Yang Kai had made use of universe temples to move around many times before, so he was familiar with this kind of scene. Upon making sure that there was really no one around, he walked over to the center of the grand array and looked down to observe it. He had always wanted to study this grand array, but unfortunately, he was unable to stay for much time every time he appeared on the grand array, which was a shame. Since the chance was right before his eyes now, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Outside of the universe temple, Su Linggong shuffled forward while Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue approached him. The golden armor great general was nowhere to be seen, and it wasn't certain where he had gone. "Honored master," Su Yingxue called out gently. Su Linggong looked smilingly at her and stroked her head in a loving manner. "When I picked you two up in the past, your senior brother was very protective of you. He thought that I was a bad person, so he tried to bite my hand." Qin Kuei blushed in response. Back then, he was a young teenager who was always starving and had to deal with all sorts of bandits and beasts. Therefore, he became a ferocious person. One day he came across a guy who spoke foul language and did not look like a good thing. He certainly wouldn't agree to it when the man wanted to bring him and his junior sister away, for he and the young girl had stayed together for quite some time. Despite his young age, he had seen countless people plotting against one another just for the slightest benefit. At that time, he attempted to jab a sharp bone into the man's stomach, but the bone instantly broke apart while his hands were injured. While he was in a dazed state, the burly man picked him up with one hand. Without hesitation, he bit down on the man's wrist and almost broke his own teeth. The young but bony girl was only 8 years old at that time. She had always been protected by the young boy, and even though she didn't even have the strength to walk, she still grit her teeth and pounced at the man. After wrapping her arms around the man's thigh, she also tried to bite him. That was what happened when the master and his disciples met for the first time. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui still remembered it vividly as though it had just happened yesterday. At that time, their honored master was still a young and headstrong man. Without allowing them to protest, he picked up both of them at once and moved forward at the speed of lightning. The little ones started bawling while he guffawed in an unconscientious manner. Now, their honored master's sideburns had started becoming gray. As Suing Shui gazed at the conspicuous gray hair, she felt heartbroken while Qing Kuei looked away. "Do you blame me?" Su Linggong asked, in a gentler tone than he had ever used in his life. If anyone who was familiar with him saw his expression, they would be astonished. His legacy disciples shook their heads. A gratified Su Linggong put on a smile. "I'm glad that you don't blame me. Even if you do, there's nothing you can do because I was the one who picked you up in the past. We'll not come back once we set off on this journey. I'll give you 2.5 years to fulfill any wishes you have." Qing Kuei exchanged glances with Suing Shui, then said, "Our greatest wish is to remain by your side, honored master." Suing Shui, on the other hand, appeared a bit hesitant. Knowing what was on her mind, Su Linggong asked, "You want to take a look at Chuer?" Suing Shui nodded, then shook her head. "Little junior sister is beautiful and intelligent. If I visit her, she'll probably figure out what's going on. I'd better not see her." Su Linggong chuckled and said, "Young boy is a man of his word. If he's not killed, he'll look for Chuer when the time comes. I can rest assured since he'll protect her. You've always been meticulous when it comes to the judgment of people, honored master." Qing Kuei bowed his head. "Since there's no wish you want to fulfill, let's go now." Su Linggong waved his hand. It was going to be a long journey, one they would not be returning from. Once they departed, they would be involved in a life and death battle, and whether they'd survive depended entirely on the heaven's whims. In a restricted area in Yinyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt extremely anxious, as though there was an invisible hand that was clenching her heart, which made it hard for her to breathe. Her alluring face instantly turned as pale as a white sheet. As she looked at the weltering clouds outside the restricted area, she muttered under her breath, "Honored master." Following that, she felt the urgent need to leave the restricted area. However, she soon stopped in her tracks and remained on the same spot for a long time as her tears slid down her face. Suddenly, she wiped the tears off her eyes with her sleeves and went back to cultivating in seclusion. She sat down with her legs crossed and emptied her mind. Only by ascending to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm quickly cowl inside the Universe Temple, Yang Kai, who was squatting in an indecent manner, was studying the grand array on the ground when all of a sudden, he froze. When he looked up, he realized that there was a figure at the edge of the grand array. It seemed that the person had always been there, but Yang Kai was completely unaware of it. It wasn't until he realized that someone was watching him that he noticed the person. He was unable to make out the person's face since the figure was somewhere between illusion and reality and shrouded in a faint light. Yang Kai turned around and realized that there were 2 more figures on each side of him. They seemed to have formed into a triangular formation as Yang Kai was trapped in the middle. Not daring to make a scene, he slowly got up. The auras of these 3 people were even more ample than that of Su Linggong, so it was apparent that they were all 8th Order masters. As he recalled what Su Linggong had said, he came to the realization that these were ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises. Void lands. Yang Kai greets seniors. Yang Kai saluted them respectfully. However, the three of them only examined him in silence, the invisible pressure causing Yang Kai to frown. A moment later, the person that Yang Kai first saw finally spoke. "I'm sure Su Linggong has told you everything." Yang Kai replied, "Martial Uncle Su said that I would have to go through a test, but he didn't specify what kind of test it would be. Please enlighten me, seniors." The figure remained silent as he raised his hand and pointed one finger at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move a muscle, not because he trusted these mysterious Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but because he believed that Su Linggong wouldn't bring him here to get him killed. Moreover, if these Eighth Order Masters really wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do anyways. The person's finger suddenly started radiating a pure-looking white light. As the light expanded, it engulfed Yang Kai in it. Yang Kai looked down to examine himself, but he couldn't find anything unusual. The white light seemed to be just a means to inspect him without the ability to cause any harm. Despite not knowing what they were trying to inspect, Yang Kai could only set his mind at ease. A while later, the white light went out as the figure nodded gently. The pressures coming from the other two figures also subsided. A curious Yang Kai asked, "Have I passed the test?" The figure replied with what seemed to be a faint smile. "It hasn't even started yet." A speechless Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, "What do I need to do?" The figure didn't seem one for small talk, so he simply replied frankly, "We need to examine your small universe. So you have to open it for us." Despite trying to prepare himself for whatever this test might have been, Yang Kai was still vexed upon hearing such an unreasonable demand, so he asked grimly, "You want to inspect my small universe?" "Yes." The figure nodded. Yang Kai was so exasperated that he started laughing while the three figures remained dispassionate. The small universe of an open heaven realm master was their foundation and contained all their secrets. There was no way he would easily let anyone else look at it, much less perform a thorough inspection. One's small universe was even more confidential than their space ring. Usually, it would be a humiliation when a person was asked to hand over their space ring to be examined, let alone their small universe. Yang Kai had never expected this to be the test. What did repairing the universe temple have anything to do with this? Why were they so cautious? Since Yang Kai was unable to figure it out, he instinctively wanted to reject them. "What if I don't agree to it?" The figure replied impassively, "No one will force you. If you don't agree to it, you may leave now." Yang Kai instantly cupped his fist. "Farewell." He then turned around and shuffled out of the main hall. The three figures remained standing on the edge of the grand array without moving a muscle. A moment later, Yang Kai nonchalantly returned with his hands behind his back. Upon taking a seat in the middle of the grand array, he made a concession and said, "Let's start." Although he didn't trust these Eighth Order Masters who never showed their faces, he had faith in Su Linggong. Since the old man had made such an arrangement, he didn't want his efforts to go to waste simply because of his pride. Furthermore, Yang Kai didn't have any secrets that must not be exposed anyway. The only thing special about his small universe was that it had materialized. What's more, the secrets of the Tao of space in this ancient building were deathly attractive to him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give in. The figure put on a smile. "Don't worry. It'll only take a while." As Yang Kai proactively opened his small universe and felt three auras streaming into it the next instant. Despite knowing what was about to happen, he still felt disgruntled as it was like three burglars had barged into his home. Upon entering the small universe, the three figures were startled for a moment as they realized that Yang Kai's small universe was different from ordinary. Only when a cultivator ascended to the Seventh Order could their small universe transform from ethereal to corporeal. However, Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order and had already achieved this, something thought exclusive to the high rank. Moreover, the heritage in the small universe of this Sixth Order Master was amazingly ample. The three of them were Eighth Order Masters, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, rarely was anyone a match for them when it came to experience and knowledge. However, they had never seen a Sixth Order Master whose heritage was as strong as that of Yang Kai. They were amazed and thought that it was no wonder this person was able to kill Zuoquan Hui. Even though he wasn't alone at that time, he would need to have strength far above average to even stand before a 7th Order master when he was only in the 6th Order. After they recovered from their shock a moment later, they split up and began wandering around Yang Kai's small universe. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were looking for something specific as they carefully examined every plant and piece of land in his small universe. His entire small universe was inspected by 3 auras repeatedly as they never seemed to run out of patience. They went through his small universe 3 times in total, and it was already half a month later when they finally left. Yang Kai reckoned that they must be exhausted. While he just had to open up his small universe and remain seated, the 3 of them had to meticulously examine every area 3 times, which had certainly taken quite some effort on their part. The 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded. Yang Kai sealed off the portal that led to his small universe and asked, "Have I passed the test?" Then, the figure right in front of him replied, "Yes. May I know what you were looking for, seniors?" Yang Kai asked. Without answering his question, the figure went on to say, "The grand array in a universe temple is divided into the outer array and the inner array. The average person can only see the outer array, which is used to transfer people to the universe temple. On the other hand, the inner array is a top secret that most people are never allowed to see. From now on, the inner array of the universe temple is open to you as you can try to comprehend it. If there's anything you need, just inform the disciple of Great Battle Heaven in this place." Following that, a piece of jade gently flew towards him. Yang Kai took it, and just when he wanted to ask something, he realized that all the figures had vanished. As he looked around, he felt somewhat dejected that he was left alone in the main hall. The 3 8th Order masters were extremely elusive. Up until this moment, Yang Kai still wasn't sure if those were their real bodies or just projections. He also hadn't figured out how they appeared and disappeared. After he examined the main hall and realized that there was nothing unusual, he reached for the door and stuck out his head. Before he could scan his surroundings, he saw a golden light approaching him rapidly and then standing in front of him. The person was none other than the golden armor Great General he and Su Linggong had come across earlier. The golden armor Great General never said a word as he stared at him through the gap of his golden helmet. Yang Kai batted his eyes and said, "Please ask Su Linggong to come over." The golden armor Great General didn't respond to him or move a muscle. Yang Kai called out to him again, and upon seeing that the person remained unmoving, he walked out on his own impatiently. A moment later, Yang Kai knitted his brows because he couldn't find Su Linggong, Qing Kuei, and Suing Shui. It was apparent that they had left. Yang Kai couldn't help but criticize them for leaving without informing him. He initially wanted to ask Su Linggong what the test was about, but he was unable to do that now. The golden armor Great General followed him closely as his armor clanged. If it weren't because the person's aura could be felt coming from the golden armor, Yang Kai would have thought they were some kind of corpse or puppet. Su Linggong had left, and this golden armor Great General didn't seem like someone he could have a heart-to-heart talk with. Since Yang Kai was eager to find out the secrets of the Universe Temple though, he directly flew to the main hall. With the jade in his hand, Yang Kai infused his power into it and instantly realized it was an array jade that was used to control this Universe Temple, just like how there was a jade that could be used to control the 9 heavenly layers grand array in Voidland. However, in order to control the grand array, he'd first have to refine the jade. It took him half a month to finish the refinement, and it was then that he was able to access the inner array of this Universe Temple. A buzzing sound was heard permeating the Universe Temple as the pattern on the ground started flickering. The array charts of the inner array that were usually hidden started appearing in the main hall. An elated Yang Kai became engrossed in studying it tirelessly. When he came into contact with a Universe Temple for the first time, he realized that this thing worked in a similar way to his space beacons. Both things could serve as locators in the void and allow the cultivators to move to them. The difference was that space beacons worked in pairs and were bidirectional, while a Universe Temple was a singular entity and unidirectional. A Universe Temple wasn't comparable to space beacons in this regard. With that said, a Universe Temple had its own advantages. After a person left behind his imprint in a Universe Temple, They could return to it by using the universe transference law as long as they were in the same great territory. Additionally, a universe temple was vastly superior to space beacons when it came to the distance the user could travel across. Certainly, the further the distance, the more pressure a cultivator would bear while they were teleporting to the universe temple. Therefore, a cultivator would usually be careful about the limits they could bear and wouldn't choose a universe temple that was too far away. Otherwise, before they even reached the universe temple, they would lose their life. Moreover, it took some time to execute the universe transference law, so it wasn't as swift as using space beacons. Therefore, a person could be easily disrupted before they were successfully sent to the universe temple. All in all, universe temples and space beacons had their own advantages and disadvantages. Xianxia had always wanted to merge the two by eliminating their drawbacks and only retaining their benefits. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to study the universe temple in the past. Now he could finally fulfill his wish. However, the most pressing issue for him now was to figure out the secrets of the universe temple. When a person was totally engrossed in something, they couldn't feel the passage of time. Xianxia was now trying to comprehend the secrets of the universe temple as he compared it to his understanding of the Tao of space. Instead of feeling bored, he was completely immersed in it. The universe temple was an ancient building where there was a very abstruse grand array. Xianxia's eyes would brighten whenever he discovered something new, as the new insights allowed him to further enhance his mastery of the Tao of space. It took him 5 years to go through the entire grand array. He had noticed many damaged spots in the grand array, and only by deducing and repairing the damaged spots could he make it functional again. Deduction was a taxing activity. Xianxia had to exert himself every single day, and every time he surmounted a difficulty, his mastery of the Tao of space would be strengthened. However, regardless of how engrossed he was, he still felt pressured and isolated doing the same thing every day for years on end. If it weren't because he was a staunch and determined person, he would have gone mad. Therefore, he would take a stroll outside from time to time. Only by getting enough rest would he be able to be more efficient in his work. Every time he left the universe temple, the Sixth Order Golden Armor Great General from Great Battle Heaven would immediately approach him in anticipation of any needs he might have. Nevertheless, this person was completely unresponsive. In the beginning, Xianxia would still try to talk to him, but he never got any response. Eventually, he stopped expecting him to give a response. Sometimes, he would talk to himself when he had the urge. Sometimes, he would walk around the outside of the universe temple to relax his mind. The Golden Armor Great General would follow him closely as though he was a servant. There were also times when Xianxia asked him to get some dishes and wine so that he could enjoy a meal alone. The Golden Armor Great General never complained about anything. Regardless of what request Xianxia had, he would do his best to fulfill it. Xianxia was initially worried that he was being bothersome, but he soon got used to it and became at ease. When he left the universe temple this time, he told the general to prepare a meal for him. Just in front of the grand hall of the universe temple, Xianxia nonchalantly took a seat on an abandoned bench and drank wine on his own. The Golden Armor Great General was just standing nearby. His figure was as straight as a spear while he looked fixedly at the front. After drinking for a bit, a joyous Xianxia started talking to himself. After 5 years of going through the grand array, I found 1,135 damaged spots. Following 2 years of deduction, I've only repaired 7 spots. At this rate, it'd take me more than 100 years to finish repairing the grand array. 100 years was neither long nor short. It was the entire lifetime for a long-lived mortal, but for an open heaven realm master, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Brother Jean. Xianxia looked up at the Golden Armor Great General. He had no idea what the person's name was, so he randomly gave him a surname. The other person never protested, so Xianxia kept addressing him in such a way. I'm worried that you'll have to keep me company for a long time, but don't worry. 100 years is just a rough estimate. It took me half a year to repair the first spot, while it was 5 months for the second spot and 4 months for the third spot. The speed with which I can make repairs will only accelerate from now on. Perhaps it won't take long before the universe temple is completely restored. As usual, Brother Jean remained silent. Xianxia chugged down the wine, then rose from the bench before shuffling towards the grand hall. "I'll continue working now. You can get some rest. Why don't you take a look at other universe temples?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Xianxia turned around and gazed at the golden armor great general in shock. With widened eyes, he examined the person again. It wasn't until a moment later that he broke into a fit of laughter. "So it is senior sister Jean, not brother Jean." If the golden armor great general hadn't spoken on this day, Xianxia wouldn't have found out that she was a woman. Furthermore, she actually had a clear and pleasant-sounding voice. A woman with such an enchanting voice was certainly quite beautiful. However, during their contact over the years, she had never said a word. Moreover, she looked sturdy in her golden armor, which was why Xianxia believed she was a man. It never crossed his mind that the person was actually a woman. After recovering from his shock, he slowly shook his head. "I know what you mean. There are several universe temples in the 3,000 worlds that have broken down, and the damaged spots of these universe temples are definitely different. If I take a look at the other places, I wouldn't need to exert myself to deduce anything in order to find solutions. After all, while this spot is damaged in this place, it might be in perfect condition in another place. However, in that case, why don't I just look for a perfectly fine universe temple and study it? By doing so, I could have a reference and easily repair all the damaged spots." Senior sister Jean fell silent. Xianxia went on to say, "The reason I'm not going to do that is that it will be pointless if I don't deduce things myself. By imitating the ancients, I'll only be walking down a path that is well trodden. Only by making deductions myself would the understanding belong to me." He nodded and inadvertently took a glance at senior sister Jin's chest. In an instant, she unsheathed her sword from her waist as a cold glint flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia hunched his back and dashed into the universe temple as his voice could be heard faintly. "Thanks for the meal, senior sister. I'll need you to prepare some materials for repairing the universe temple the next time I come out." After the door was closed, Xianxia still felt extremely guilty as he thought that women were truly sensitive. Just now, when he thought of the saying that women with big chests were brainless, he was instantly engulfed in murderous intent. Women from great battle heaven were truly not to be trifled with. With that said, he had thought about senior sister Jin's suggestion before, but he rejected the idea in the end. It could save him time and effort by emulating his predecessors, but it would do nothing to enhance his mastery of the Tao of space. If he took a peek at the abstrusity of the grand array in advance, he would only be using solutions that were readily available. However, if he could make a deduction and construct the solution himself, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was the reason he was willing to exert himself in this place. Just like what he had said, it took him half a year before he found a solution for the first damaged spot. Then it took him 5 months for the second spot and 4 months for the third spot. The time he would need would only shorten, and eventually he would just have to take a glance before he could come up with a fix. 3 years later, Xianxia had successfully deduced solutions for the 1,000+ damaged spots. Presently, he was seated in the center of the grand array as his world force undulated. After going through the grand array that he had reconstructed in his mind and making sure that there was no problem, he left the grand hall. Unsurprisingly, senior sister Jean approached him again. Xianxia appeared exhausted, but his eyes remained bright. He then fished out a jade slip and passed it to her. "Please get these materials ready, senior sister." After taking it, senior sister Jean turned around and left without asking any questions. For the next few days, she was nowhere to be seen. It was apparent that she was in the process of preparing the materials for Xianxia. The universe temple in this great territory was no longer in use since it had broken down, but there was a star city here. Although the materials Xianxia needed were expensive, they weren't rare. Given great battle heaven's wealth, it wouldn't take senior sister Jean long to obtain what he needed. After having some rest for a few days, Xianxia was fully refreshed. He then flew out into the void and closed his eyes before slowly pushing out his fists. 10 years of cultivation in seclusion in the universe temple and deducing solutions to the damaged spots of the grand array allowed him to achieve greater heights in his comprehension of the Tao of space. After years of cultivation, Xianxia had divided Tao comprehension into 10 levels based on his own feelings. From the lowest to the highest, They were superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and shocking history and dazzling the present. This kind of classification was clear, and it could allow a cultivator to determine their current position in their cultivation. Xianxia had already passed down this kind of ranking system to those in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. When he mentioned it to Su Linggong in the past, the latter praised him for coming up with this classification system and said that he could possibly establish an entire standardized system for Dao comprehension. If this method became widely adopted, Xianxia would be its creator and biggest contributor, and his name would never be forgotten in the history books. When anyone used this system to refer to his or her own comprehension in the future, he would naturally remember the man who invented it. According to the system Xianxia had created, his comprehension of the Tao of space stood at the peak of the 7th level, standing above all others within sight, and he was about to achieve a breakthrough to the 8th level, summiting the peak. As his understanding of the Tao of space improved, Xianxia faintly felt like he had gained enlightenment into something new. While he repeatedly pushed out his fists, space principles weltered as the void around him contorted. He felt as though he was a silkworm that had been trapped in a cocoon. If he could break free from the cocoon, he would be able to make it to the next level. However, he was crestfallen since he was unable to achieve that last breakthrough. Presently, a golden figure was standing on a spot near Xianxia as she silently watched his movements. To outsiders, his movements were rather comical as he repeatedly pushed out his fists without any regular patterns. He alternated between slow and fast as though he was an old man who was trying out various exercises. There was no awe or intimidation to speak of. However, it was these seemingly powerless attacks that caused space itself to shudder and shake. After a long period of observation, Senior Sister Jean suddenly summoned her halberd. As her world force surged, she turned into a ray of light and attempted to stab Xianxia with her weapon. She didn't seem to be holding back at all, as though she was determined to end his life while he was distracted. Her world force was surging like violent waves, and Xianxia was forced to turn his head and deal with the halberd with his bare hands. As he drew upon his small universe, world force surrounded his fists. Following the silent clash in the void, two figures brushed past one another. While Xianxia's clothes became tattered, some sparks were also seen on Senior Sister Jin's armor. Nevertheless, the woman didn't seem to have the intention of stopping. As she whirled around, her halberd turned into countless shadows which surrounded Xianxia, all of them wrapped in thick murderous intent and a sense of ferocity. Xianxia kept taking steps backwards, but the movements of his fists still alternated between fast and slow as he clashed with the halberd with various degrees of force and resolved the other party's fierce attacks. As the two figures entangled with one another, flickering back and forth as they exchanged places numerous times, their battle raged across more than 10 million kilometers as they traded countless moves every breath in an intense melee. Senior Sister Jean from Great Battle Heaven was definitely not a cultivator who made it to the 6th Order through cultivation in seclusion. She was adept at fighting, so it was apparent that she had quite a number of life and death battles in the past. As she fully pushed her power, she didn't show any signs of frailty as a woman. Instead, she was tough and strong. Xianxia took the approach of passively reacting as he was faced with the bombardment of attacks. They went on to fight fiercely in a radius of 10 million kilometers in the void for half a month. Then suddenly, there came a moment when Xianxia's eyes no longer appeared turbid as his gaze brightened. He had been trapped inside a cocoon for days, and at this moment, he finally broke free from it and became a butterfly. Faced with the halberd, he didn't have the intention of dodging. Instead, he just gently pushed out his fist. Despite his seemingly powerless attacks, the impact was tremendous. Senior Sister Jin's movements came to an abrupt halt, as though she was no longer able to circulate her strength smoothly. Her halberd stopped right in front of Xianxia's chest. Xianxia remained silent with a smile while Senior Sister Jin slowly put away her halberd. Her eyes behind the golden helmet appeared astounded. "Many thanks for your help, Senior Sister." Xianxia cupped his fist. Over the past 15 days, Senior Sister Jean used her full strength to battle against Yang Kai, which helped him break through the fog which was clouding his vision and gain enlightenment in battle. If not for her assistance, he would have needed another opportunity to take his comprehension of the Tao of space to the next level. Now, he had finally made it to the 8th level, summiting the peak. Besides that, he had also obtained a new technique to deal with his enemies. What's the name of this roguish divine ability of yours? Senior Sister Jean asked. Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. It's not a divine ability. It's just a method of applying space principles. I don't think it's roguish in any way. Senior Sister Jean replied dispassionately. You trace your opponent's aura back to its source and directly attack their small universe. Once their small universe falls into turmoil, they can't attack or defend. However, if one completely seals off their aura, how are they supposed to use their world force to battle against you? If this isn't the method of a rogue that gives an absolute advantage in combat, what else could it be? To put it simply, Yang Kai's new way of dealing with his opponents was attacking their small universe by using space principles. That was how he managed to easily disperse Senior Sister Jin's last attack with just a simple punch. Since her small universe had been shaken, she was unable to keep fighting regardless of how strong she was. Even though she could withdraw and then continue to fight, she would be suppressed once Yang Kai used this technique again. That was the reason she directly gave up. Furthermore, she didn't really intend to defeat Yang Kai. She just wanted to help him. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master as well as their source of power. When Yang Kai was battling against Zuoquan Hui in the past, his small universe often shook as his realm was lower. As a result, he suffered setbacks numerous times. After such an experience, coupled with his newfound knowledge of the Tao of space, Yang Kai managed to create this technique. Just like Senior Sister Jean had implied, this technique was quite unscrupulous. Even for high-rank masters, it was difficult to directly attack an opponent's small universe, let alone an average cultivator. However, Yang Kai was able to target his opponent's small universe directly by tracing their world force back to its source using space principles. It was basically impossible to guard against such a technique. However, in order to successfully use it, it still required some luck and patience. The reason Yang Kai was able to easily resolve Senior Sister Jin's last attack was that he had become familiar with her moves following 15 days of battle. How did you come up with such a roguish technique? Senior Sister Jean looked curiously at him. It seemed that Yang Kai could never get rid of that label, so without refuting her, he replied, I had the luck to witness Purple Jade Cave Heaven's shattering Dao Seal technique in the past and was inspired by it. Some ideas also flashed through my mind when I battled against Zuoquan Hui. That's how everything came into place on this day. When Yang Kai was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past, he entered the Primordial Land in order to take part in the Spirit-Seizing War. At that time, he was ambushed by someone who used the Shattering Dao Seal technique, which was a divine ability from Purple Jade Cave Heaven. It was a famous technique that was only taught to the most important disciples. The name of the technique suggested that it was a divine ability that targeted a person's Dao Seal. This divine ability was horrifying for people that were somewhere between the Emperor realm and the Open Heaven realm. That was because for those cultivators, their Dao Seals were their foundation. Once their Dao Seal was damaged, they would end up in a horrible state. The foundation of an Open Heaven realm master was their small universe. So if there was a way Yang Kai could directly target an enemy's small universe, he could easily gain the upper hand in combat. Senior Sister Jean nodded and praised him by saying, This is a rare technique where a weaker person can hope to defeat a stronger opponent. Unfortunately, this technique requires space principles as its foundation, so no one else can learn it. Many thanks for your compliment, Senior Sister, Yang Kai replied humbly. Given Yang Kai's current strength, he was practically peerless among those below the high-rank Open Heaven realm. However, if he was faced with a high-rank master, he would be defeated. He had temporarily possessed the might of a high-rank Open Heaven realm master before, so he was fully aware of the huge gap between a 7th Order and a 6th Order master. Now that he had such a technique, though, he wouldn't be so battered when dealing with a high-rank Open Heaven realm master like Zuoquan Hui. Among mortals, they call it a cow punch when such an unfair method is used. Yang Kai played along and put on a meaningful grin. Many thanks for giving it a name, senior sister. This technique will be called cow punch from now on. Instead of punching a cow though, this technique targeted an opponent's small universe. Senior sister Jean fell silent with conflicted feelings. Such an amazing technique was given such a foolish name, which didn't do justice to its abstrusity. Just then, a space ring flew towards Xianxia. Senior sister Jean turned around and dashed towards the universe temple, soon disappearing. The ring contained materials that Xianxia had asked her to buy. Upon making sure that all the materials were right, he also decided to return to the universe temple and start repairing the Grand Array. He had come up with a plan to repair the more than 1,000 damaged spots in the Grand Array, and with these materials in possession, he just had to execute his plan. The entire process took Xianxia a year to finish. One day, Xianxia, who felt extremely bored, was seated in the center of the Grand Array and waited patiently. The Grand Array had been restored, and even though he believed there wouldn't be a problem with it, he had to give it a test. He initially intended to do it himself, but senior sister Jean rejected his idea. Left with no choice, he could only let her give it a try. Xianxia knew that she was well-meaning. There wouldn't be a problem if the Grand Array had been successfully repaired. However, if there was any mistake, he might come across some danger by using the universe transference law to send himself back to this place from billions of kilometers away. In the entire 3,000 worlds, Xianxia was currently the only one capable of repairing the Grand Array in a universe temple. Senior sister Jean naturally wouldn't let him take such a risk. Despite her stern demeanor, she was actually a kind-hearted person. Xianxia found out about it when she previously helped him achieve a breakthrough in comprehension without him even asking. However, for all these years, this woman from Great Battle Heaven had never taken off her armor, so he had never seen her face that was covered in the golden helmet. All of a sudden, the Grand Array started glowing as though fireflies were dancing in the air. As space principles undulated, the space in front of Xianxia started contorting and senior sister Jin's figure abruptly appeared. After coming to her senses, she nodded at Xianxia to indicate that the Grand Array had been successfully restored. She then said, "The sect masters have told me that once you're done with repairing this universe temple, you'll have a year to rest. After that, you can come back here, and I'll take you to the next universe temple." Xianxia got to his feet and patted his backside. "There's no need. Let's go now." After a moment of silence, senior sister Jean decided not to persuade him. "Wait a moment. I need to pass my duties to someone else." She then turned around and left the Grand Hall. A while later, the two of them flew out of the Universe Temple and headed towards the nearest territory gate. Senior sister Jean initially intended to summon her flight-type artifact, but Xianxia rejected her idea. As a master of the Tao of space, he usually didn't need to rely on any artifact to move around when he didn't have a lot of companions. In just 1 month, they moved past more than 10 great territories and arrived at another abandoned Universe Temple. This place was also guarded by a 6th Order Master from Great Battle Heaven, so the person was from the same sect as senior sister Jean. After the two of them had a brief conversation, Xianxia was allowed to enter the Grand Hall that had remained closed for years. With 10 years of prior experience, Xianxia was now far more efficient. It only took him half a year to identify all the damaged spots in the Grand Array, and it took him another half a year to deduce solutions for them. Following that, he needed half a year to repair it. He could now do it much faster than the first time. Senior sister Jean then brought him to the 3rd Universe Temple. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only 5 Universe Temples had been abandoned due to malfunction. Including the time they spent traveling, it took Xianxia 2 years to repair the 3rd Universe Temple. While they were heading to the 4th Universe Temple, they passed by Langya Paradise's territory, so Xianxia decided to stop by and visit Zhang Ruoxi since the two of them hadn't met for a long time. Since word got out that there was a world tree in the star boundary, all 108 cave heavens and paradises had gathered together there, so representatives from Langya Paradise were naturally sent as well. The 7th Order Master from Langya Paradise was pretty amicable to Xianxia, perhaps because of Zhang Ruoxi and Gupan. Xianxia had asked him about Zhang Ruoxi and found out that she was cultivating in seclusion at that time, so she hadn't tagged along. It remained a regret in Xianxia's heart. Since they would pass by Langya Paradise, he naturally wanted to visit her. However, his wish was not granted. Zhang Ruoxi had made it to the open heaven realm, and 2 years ago, she and Gu Pan left Langya Paradise to head to the star boundary. So Yang Kai couldn't see her. Then he asked about Zhang Ruoxi's order. Upon learning that she had ascended to the fifth order just like what he had expected, he felt at ease. Since Zhang Ruoxi and Gu Pan were not around, Yang Kai didn't intend to stay. On the other hand, those from Langya Paradise were quite hospitable. After all, the star boundary had become a household name in the 3,000 worlds because of the world tree. Not only was Yang Kai a great emperor of the star boundary, but he was also a sixth-order master, so hardly anyone would dismiss him now. After turning down various invitations from Langya Paradise, Yang Kai continued on his journey alongside senior sister Jean. A few years later, after testing the fifth universe temple, Yang Kai confirmed that the Grand Array had been restored. Then, senior sister Jean solemnly fished out a golden token and passed it to Yang Kai with both hands. With his brow raised, Yang Kai took it and realized that it was pretty weighty. The character universe was engraved on it, but he wasn't sure what this token was for. It's a universe token. The sect master specifically asked someone to make it for you, senior sister Jean explained. With this token, you can enter any universe temple and receive the same treatment as a sect master of the cave heavens and paradises. Is this considered a reward for me? Yang Kai raised his brow. He had spent almost 20 years repairing 5 universe temples, which would offer immense benefits to lots of people. However, those sect masters were pretty stingy. They only gave him a universe token and no other useful benefits. Senior sister Jean shook her head. It's not really a reward. The sect masters hope that when you have a chance to use the other universe temples, you can also examine their grand arrays. If there's a problem, they want you to help fix it. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. The sect masters are pretty clever, aren't they? Do they think I'm a free slave or something? With a solemn expression, senior sister Jean replied, You can turn them down, but I'll have to retrieve the universe token. Yang Kai immediately pocketed the token. Forget it. I'll keep it since it's specifically made for me. Senior sister Jean nodded gently. Since the matter regarding the universe temples has been resolved, I'll return to Great Battle Heaven now. Farewell. Upon finishing her words, she directly turned around and left in a dashing manner. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile as he watched her leave. Regardless, they had spent the last 20 years together, but she left without any hesitation. She was a true free-spirited person. The 3,000 worlds was vast, so they might not have the chance to meet again. The matter regarding the universe temples was an accident of sorts. Yang Kai had never expected that he'd be held up for such a long time. Back then, he decided to take a stroll outside since he wanted to relax. There was a list of things he had to do. However, other than paying a visit to Langya Paradise, he hadn't managed to complete anything. Although he had visited Langya Paradise, he hadn't had the chance to meet Zhang Ruoxi, which remained a regret in his heart. Fortunately, before his departure, he had told Hua Qingxi that he'd return within 100 years. Therefore, even if he never didn't show up for a long time, there shouldn't be a problem in the star boundary or voidland. He then fished out a universe chart and studied it. Upon confirming his current location and mapping out a route, he disappeared from the spot the next moment. A few months later, Yang Kai arrived at Black Territory, where Luan Baifeng personally greeted him. She was the overlord of the Black Prison and titled herself Warden. In the past, after helping Yang Kai arrange the space arrays in High Heaven Territory, she returned to the Black Prison. She had also brought with her the more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union who had been captured in the war. Although 100 or slaves was not a lot, they were mostly 4th Order and 5th Order Masters, so the quality made up for the quantity. It had to be noted that after the epic battle in High Heaven Territory, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from both Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland were injured or killed. The people who had survived the cruel battle were no ordinary cultivators. If any other great force had obtained more than 100 slaves, it would have been difficult for them to handle. They would be considered ruthless and cruel if they simply killed these people, but they would also be considered soft-hearted and weak if they released them. However, these people were immensely useful in Luan Baifeng's hands. The Black Prison was a place where black stones were mined, and Luan Bafeng needed a lot of slaves to do this. The environment of this place was hostile, and the deepest parts contained a corrosive aura that would weaken the heritage of a cultivator's small universe. As time passed, one's foundation would collapse apart and their cultivation would be destroyed. Hence, countless slaves had lost their lives in the Black Prison over the years. Outside the palace, Luan Bafeng gazed at Yang Kai with displeasure. "Where have you been all these years? I told Xianxia to head to the star boundary and look for you, but you were nowhere to be seen." According to the agreement she had with Yang Kai, he was supposed to have visited Black Territory more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately, there had not been any news about him. She told Xianxia to look for him in the star boundary, but he had already left. Hua Qingxi also wasn't aware of Yang Kai's whereabouts. If it weren't because they were connected by the loyalty list, Luan Bafeng would have thought that he had passed away. "I was held up by some matters," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. "I'm here now, am I not?" Luan Bafeng rolled her eyes. "Do you need to get some rest first?" "There's no need for that. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's begin." Yang Kai waved his hand. Although the environment in the Black Prison was terrible, this place was also rich in resources. Presently, Yang Kai possessed Void Star City and a 5% stake in High Heaven Star City. The former was a first-class star city that was comparable to those controlled by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, while the latter was a superstar city that was the first of its kind. Both star cities were extremely popular and prosperous. He also had exclusive ownership of a new great territory. Since he had so many properties now, he was no longer a poor man. The two star cities and the new great territory were like treasure troves that could continuously provide for the needs of those in Void Land and High Heaven Palace. However, there was a constant shortage of yin and yang element materials in the Sixth Order and above. Be it in the two star cities or the new great territory, they could hardly find any yin and yang element materials in the Sixth Order and above. On the other hand, in the depths of the Black Prison, stars had a decent chance of producing yin and yang element materials in the Sixth Order and above. With the continuous nourishment from the World Tree in the star boundary, High Heaven Palace was in a favorable position. In the future, they would have a lot of talented disciples and also quite a number of young people who could directly ascend to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. These people needed Sixth Order materials in order to achieve an ascension. Yang Kai still remembered the difficulties the great emperors encountered when they were cultivating. At that time, in order to look for Sixth Order yin and yang element materials, they had spent countless amounts of time and energy. In the end, Black Territory was where the majority of his success was found. Yang Kai had to come up with a long-term plan so that they wouldn't need to ask around for such resources in the future. At the mention of Sixth Order materials, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the resources given to High Heaven Palace by the Cave Heavens and Paradises. At that time, all the high-rank masters had come to an agreement that they could respectively get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years, and they had to give High Heaven Territory a set of Sixth Order materials for each of these disciples. Yang Kai had already taken into consideration that Sixth Order yin and yang element materials were extremely rare. Even though the Cave Heavens and Paradises had some of them, they wouldn't be willing to give them away. As expected, the Cave Heavens and Paradises really never gave them any yin and yang element materials. High Heaven Palace had collected quite a lot of Sixth Order metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials, but no yin or yang element. All the materials were traded for Fifth Order and even Fourth Order materials of the same value. That was why Yang Kai was vexed. Despite that, he wouldn't blame the Cave Heavens and Paradises for being stingy, for Sixth Order yin and yang element materials were strategic resources to them too, so they wouldn't bring them out easily. If Void Land and High Heaven Palace wanted to become as powerful as those Cave Heavens and Paradises, they had to collect these materials themselves and attract a lot of talented people at the same time. On the other hand, Yang Kai had high hopes for the Black Prison. More than half of the Sixth Order yin and yang element materials that Void Land and High Heaven Palace would need would likely come from this place. This is the space array I've spent years developing. You need to see if there's any problem though. After all, I know nothing about the Tao of space. Luan Bafeng tossed a jade slip at Yang Kai. After taking it, Yang Kai infused his divine sense into it and nodded from time to time. The space array was obviously derived from the ones Xianxia had shown to her before, but it was larger and much more complex. When Su Linggong told Xianxia to arrange some space arrays in the past, Luan Baifeng assisted him. This woman was innately talented when it came to the Tao of spirit arrays. Xianxia had only built several space arrays with her, but she could already almost master them and even offer some new insights. Xianxia had never seen a person more talented than her in Tao of spirit arrays. Even Grandmaster Wu Liang, who built the 9 heavenly layers grand array, was inferior to her. If it weren't because she knew nothing about the Tao of space, she could have built this new space array all on her own. After going through the jade slip, Xianxia nodded. There's no major problems, and I've marked the places that require small modifications. Let's discuss it now as we have to further refine the array. There's no rush in moving the ore stars to another place. Since you're the boss, you have the final say. Luan Baifeng appeared nonchalant. They then sat on the ground as they started drawing something on the soil while having a discussion. Xianxia had spent the past 20 years repairing broken universe temples. During that period of time, he witnessed the abstrusity of the grand arrays in the universe temples and comprehended the wisdom of the ancients. As he also reflected upon his own insights, he had gained immense rewards. The grand arrays in universe temples and space arrays worked in similar ways, so there was something Xianxia could learn from. Soon, Luan Baifeng's initial plan was almost completely changed. Instead of getting mad, though, she greedily absorbed the essence of space arrays into her own knowledge. A month later, Xianxia let out a long breath and got to his feet. That's it. There's nothing else we could change. Luan Baifeng stroked her glabella and looked up at Xianxia. You're actually pretty talented in Tao of spirit arrays. Xianxia replied with a smile. I've only studied space arrays a little. I know nothing about other spirit arrays. Luan Baifeng wasn't interested in fawning over him, so she just asked inquisitively, if there's no problem, I'll tell them to come over now. Xianxia nodded. A moment later, several hundred dispirited open heaven realm masters, led by Xianpeng, arrived at this place. The over 100 people at the front sported conflicted expressions when they saw Xianxia. They were fearful, mad, or resentful. These over 100 people were the captives from Heavenly Sword Union that Luan Baifeng had previously brought back from High Heaven territory. It was apparent that they had been living a terrible life as all of their auras were unstable. Even though some of them glowered at Xianxia, they appeared as weak as enraged sick cats. Xianpeng greets sir, and greets warden. Xianpeng scurried towards them with a fawning smile. This guy had also left his name on the loyalty list, and although he had no backbone to speak of, he was a fairly powerful fifth-order master. Luan Baifeng extended her hand into the void and grabbed a middle-aged man who glared at Xianxia. While clenching his neck, she pushed her world force and sneered. It seems that some of you still don't know your place. Regardless of who you were in the past, you're now the lowliest or slaves in the black prison. This queen can decide whether you'll live or die as she pleases. While the man had the guts to glower at Xianxia, he was obviously terrified of Luan Baifeng. It wasn't certain what he had gone through over the past few years, but as he hovered in midair, he appeared greatly flustered. He was also unable to resist her since she was in a higher realm. Or slaves should behave like her slaves. If anyone dares to be impolite again, you'll end up like him. Upon finishing her words, she exerted more force with her hand. The middle-aged man instantly burst into blood mist as his world force dissipated. Luan Baifeng killed the fifth-order open heaven realm master with a smile on her face, as though she was stepping on an ant. Although these or slaves were fully aware of how ruthless this woman was, they were still horrified. All of them hung their heads low to avoid getting targeted by her. There was no expression on Xianxia's face as he didn't sympathize with them. It was said that might made right, and the loser was always in the wrong. If those from Voidland had lost the battle, its more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters would have ended up in an even worse state. Let's start, Xianxia ordered impassively. Luan Baifeng nodded and started making the arrangements. The reason they had to gather all the slaves in the black prison together was that they were going to create something very important, which required a lot of manpower and resources. Before Luan Baifeng returned to Black Territory from High Heaven Territory, Yang Kai had mentioned to her a whimsical idea. Since Open Heaven Realm Masters could travel across the void through space arrays, there was a possibility that the stars hovering in Black Territory's inner region could also be moved in the same way. Of course, in order to move the stars, it would require a gigantic space array. Previously, Yang Kai used brute force to move an star to the outer region. Not only did that consume a lot of time and energy though, but he also had to keep changing directions and control the speed of travel, which was quite troublesome. If he accidentally crashed into other stars, his effort would go to waste. However, if he could make use of the Tao of space and directly move the stars, things would become much easier. Nevertheless, in order to achieve this, they needed to do a lot of preparations in advance. Just like Yang Kai had said, there was no rush in moving the stars as they had to get everything ready first. If their plan was successfully carried out, their efficiency of mining blackstones would be significantly enhanced, and their source of sixth order and above yin and yang element materials would be secured. For the past 20 years since Luan Baifeng returned to Black Territory, she had been designing this new space array. It wasn't until Yang Kai's arrival that it could be completed though, because she needed the help of his mastery of the Tao of space. Since the stars in the Black Territory came in all different shapes and sizes, the array had to be flexible and adjustable. With that as a prerequisite, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng combined their insights of the Tao of space and Tao of spirit arrays before creating this space array that had never before been seen in the world. Over the next 3 years, several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters became swamped with work at the palace in the Black Territory's periphery. Some of these Open Heaven Realm Masters were experts in different skills. For example, there were some who were adept at artifact refining. Luan Baifeng would assign some important tasks to these people, while those who were strong but unskilled had to help out from the side. Yang Kai was on top of everything as he examined every process to ensure there were no problems. 3 years later, 16 artifacts were finally completed. They were divided into 2 sets with 8 artifacts in each set. One of them was yin while the other was yang. They were just like 2 sides of a mirror. Due to this characteristic, the complete set of artifacts were named Void Yin-Yang Mirrors by Yang Kai. Every artifact was actually an array board that was made using countless resources. If they were traded for Open Heaven pills, each individual mirror would be worth approximately 3 billion pills. If Yang Kai hadn't owned 2 star cities and a new great territory and hadn't prepared an enormous amount of materials before his departure, he wouldn't have dared to even attempt this. Since an array board was worth 3 billion, the set of 16 artifacts was worthy 48 billion in total. With this staggering amount of money, one could buy several hundred 7th order materials. It was enough to bankrupt any second-class great force. Half of all the materials Yang Kai owned had been consumed in this single endeavor, which was why he felt quite heartbroken. If his plan was successful, he would more than make back his losses and even become filthy rich. However, if it failed, he would suffer immense losses. Despite being wealthy, he still appeared worried after the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors, which consisted of 16 artifacts, was completed. He passed 8 artifacts, the Void Yin Mirrors, to Luan Baifeng while storing the corresponding Void Yang Mirrors. After taking a deep breath, he looked in the direction of the Black Territory's inner region and said, "Just wait here and play it by ear." Luan Baifeng nodded with anxiety, but she was already looking forward to this test. Since such amazing artifacts were made by her, she naturally wanted to find out if these items would work as intended. They had previously carried out an experiment and confirmed that there wasn't a problem with their functionality, but that was just a trial after all. They didn't have the confidence that they could successfully move a huge star. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai visited the Black Territory's inner region, where there was an eerie force that could erode a person's small universe. The deeper a person went, the faster the heritage of their small universe would be shaved away. With that said, Yang Kai had the towering evergreen so he could ward off this force and reach a location most people couldn't. More than 10 days later, he felt that he had reached his limit, and if he went any further, even his towering evergreen was unable to protect him. After finding an star, he started his preparations. He fished out the 8 Void Yang mirrors he had brought with him. With the arrangements of 8 trigrams Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui, He placed them around the Or star. He then sat in the Chen spot and performed different hand seals. As space principles undulated, he shouted, "Activate!" The next moment, the 8 void yang mirrors started shaking and humming. Rays of lights shot out from the array boards and connected with each other. In the blink of an eye, all 8 void yang mirrors were linked. From a bird's eye view, one could see that 8 array boards had formed into an octagonal cage, and in the middle of the cage was the Or star that Xianxia had selected. Furthermore, the 8 array boards that had been connected had also formed into a huge space array. At the same time, Luan Baifeng was waiting patiently in the void at the periphery of the Black Territory. The 8 void Yin mirrors were controlled by 8 fifth-order open heaven realm masters, and were also placed according to the arrangements of the 8 trigrams. There came a moment when the 8 void Yin mirrors started shaking and humming. As rays of light flashed through everyone's eyes, a huge projection appeared inside the perimeter of the void Yin mirrors. That was the projection of the Or star that Xianxia had selected. It was the exact same size, but it was only an illusion. Luan Baifeng arched her brow and yelled, "Act according to the plan!" The fifth-order masters who controlled the array boards wouldn't dare to be negligent as they surged their world force into the array boards in the appropriate order. Every void Yin mirror had to be in sync with the corresponding void yang mirror on Xianxia's side. In the Black Territory's inner region, with a dark gaze, Xianxia seemed able to surmount space and see what was going on in Luan Baifeng's place. He then used a different hand seal and shouted, "Lock!" As space principles undulated. The 16 void yin-yang mirrors flickered and turned ethereal at the same time, as though they would disappear at any moment. Xianxia extended his hand with the most serious expression he had ever sported, and as he flipped his palm over, he yelled, "Turn!" A violent force burst out as the 8 array boards became blurred and then stabilized. They also stopped shaking and humming. The Or star, which was originally trapped by the cage formed from the 8 array boards, abruptly disappeared. In the periphery of the Black Territory, Luan Baifeng looked dazedly at the giant Or star that had suddenly appeared before her. Although she already knew this was to be the outcome, she was still astounded when she actually saw the sight. She muttered under her breath, "It works?" Despite the fact that there was a distance of billions and billions of kilometers between them, Xianxia had successfully moved the Or star to this place with the void yin-yang mirrors. He had pulled off a feat that was rather astonishing. Xianxia, who was standing beside Luan Baifeng, gulped as he appeared awestruck by the Or star's appearance and instinctively asked, "How did he do it?" Although he was an experienced fifth-order master, the sight before his eyes was still unbelievable to him. Prior to this day, if anyone told him that a huge Or star could be moved from one place to another in an instant, he would never have believed him. There was a limit to a human's strength. Even the legendary Ninth-Order Masters could not do something like this. However, it happened right before his eyes. Luan Baifeng smiled as she was apparently in a jovial mood. She then explained, "That guy has spent years building these void yin-yang mirrors, which is a suitable name. The yang mirrors are on his side while yin mirrors are on our side. Coupled with his space secret techniques, he flips the mirror over, sending what is on his side over to our side." Xianxia appeared puzzled as he obviously didn't understand her. Luan Baifeng went on to say with a smile, "Take your hand as an example. If you grab something in your hand, it now faces down. After you flip your hand over, the thing will now face up." A fawning Xianxia remarked, "Warden and Sir are truly brilliant. I'll never be a match for you two. If it's just like you've said, does it mean that these 8 array boards with us now are the yang mirrors that Sir had previously brought with him?" Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "It seems you're not so foolish after all. There were 2 sides to the mirror which were yin and yang. The 16 array boards were used for positioning. As they flipped, not only was the Or star moved to this place, but the yin mirrors and yang mirrors also exchanged locations. Xianxia had previously taken the yang mirrors with him and left behind the yin mirrors. As such, the yin mirrors were now on his side." Xianxia fell silent for a moment. Even though he was unresigned when he left his name on the loyalty list in the past, it now seemed to him that he was indeed no match for Xianxia in any respect. It wasn't so terrible after all to work under someone like him. Furthermore, the concept of the void yin-yang mirrors was truly awe-inspiring. The thing Luan Baifeng gave Yang Kai 3 years ago was just a draft of the space array. If they carried it out according to her original design, there would be some effects as well, but it wouldn't be so convenient. The void yin-yang mirrors were flexible as the cage that was used to localize the stars was fully adjustable. There was no doubt that it was much better than her original static space array. The Fifth Order Masters, who controlled the 8 array boards, were still in a dazed state, so Luan Baifeng quickly snapped at them. "Stop dreaming and get ready. The next star will arrive soon." It was then that the 8 of them started getting ready as they removed their respective array boards and flew to another empty space before setting them up again. In just 10 days, another huge projection appeared inside the void yang mirrors. With the prior experience, the 8 of them started making a move without the need for Luan Baifeng to give the order. A moment later, as the array boards started glowing, another star that was just as large as the previous one was suddenly moved to this place. On the other hand, several hundred slaves had already streamed towards the first star that had been moved to this place and started mining black stones. Every 10 days to half a month there would be an star which was originally from the Black Territory's inner region, that was moved to the periphery. In just 1 year, the originally empty periphery was now filled with more than 30 stars of different sizes. This kind of amount was just a drop in the ocean compared to the reserves in the entire Black Territory. However, no one would underestimate the resources these over 30 stars could produce. They were initially in the depths of the Black Prison, so it was extremely difficult to mine them as even Sixth Order slaves were unable to reach that location safely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai used a stunning move to transfer them to a safe area such as the periphery. When Yang Kai previously brought back an star that was half the usual size, it allowed the slaves in the Black Territory to keep on mining for a few years. Now that there were more than 30 stars, it was enough for them to mine these stars for 100 years. If the void yin-yang mirrors hadn't shown signs of breaking, Yang Kai would have brought even more stars over. However, over the past year, the hastily made void yin-yang mirrors had to bear the pressure of moving many gigantic stars. Cracks of different sizes started appearing on the 16 array boards, and if this went on, they might come apart at any moment. These things were extremely costly as each of them was worth 3 billion open heaven pills. Yang Kai did not have the heart to see them break. Though he still wasn't satisfied with his current haul, he could only leave the Black Territory's inner region. Upon his return, he saw the huge stars hovering in the periphery. When he realized that several hundred open heaven realm slaves were already working on the first star he had brought back, he was pleased. "The stars you've sent back are rich in resources. So far, we've found more than 30 Sixth Order materials. There are even 2 Sixth Order Yang element materials and 3 Yin element materials. Additionally, there are several thousand materials that are below the Sixth Order," Luan Baifeng reported while accompanying Yang Kai to have a look at the first star. Yang Kai nodded. "All the effort was worth it," Luan Baifeng replied with a smile. "Despite that, it'll take another 20 years before we can cover the cost of refining the void yin-yang mirrors. It's fine as long as we can earn it back." As they moved forward, the slaves respectfully saluted Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and said, "I'll leave this place to you. Just remember to send the extracted materials to Voidland every 2 to 3 years. Got it?" Luan Baifeng replied, then shot him a glance. "Where are you going?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided not to hide it from her. "I'll ask a senior expert to make something for me, then I'll go to the Shattered Heaven. If anyone from Voidland asks about it, you can just tell them the truth. The Shattered Heaven is not a kind place. Don't get killed over there and drag me into it." Luan Baifeng frowned. Yang Kai smiled and took a step forward as his figure rapidly faded. There were countless great territories in the 3,000 worlds. Every great territory was named after the most powerful great force in that place. Other than some remote great territories which only had generic identifiers, there was no exception. However, every great force would rise and fall, just like how a person would get sick and die of old age. A great territory could be named after a great force because it was the most powerful, but when this great force was destroyed and replaced, the great territory would be given a different name. When Void Land replaced Seven Wonders Land in the past, Seven Wonders territory became Void territory. Therefore, the name in the latest universe charts would be changed, while the owners of the older universe charts could get them updated or just manually change it. With that said, there was actually one exception. In Great Evolution territory, the most powerful Great Force was supposedly Heavenly Martial Hall. This Great Force was much stronger than the original Seven Wonders Land because there was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command of it. Supposedly, the Great Territory where Heavenly Martial Hall was located should be named Heavenly Martial Territory. However, since time immemorial, the name of this Great Territory had never been changed in the universe charts. It had always been Great Evolution Territory. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall were certainly displeased with this. By naming the Great Territory after their own sect, it would be a great way for them to popularize themselves. The 3,000 Worlds was vast, and even though Heavenly Martial Hall wasn't weak, it still wasn't comparable to the real behemoths. Although they had a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves, their wish had never been granted, which was why they were disgruntled. Therefore, the cultivators of Heavenly Martial Hall repeatedly visited 4C's Union and argued with them in the hope that they could change Great Evolution Territory to Heavenly Martial Territory when making the universe charts. All the universe charts in the 3,000 Worlds were made by 4C's Union, which was backed by one of the 36 cave heavens. Their shops could be found in all the major star cities, including Void Star City and the newly built High Heaven Star City. After all, it was extremely inconvenient to move around the 3,000 Worlds without a universe chart. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had the money, they would buy a universe chart. For C's Union had made a fortune through this business. It wasn't hard to enter 4C's Union, it was a business entity after all. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall had visited the 4C's Union countless times, but the name Great Evolution Territory always remained in the new universe charts. There had never been a change. This made the people from Heavenly Martial Hall feel vexed. However, they were weaker than the other party, so there was nothing they could do. There was one thing they didn't understand, though. There was no great force in Great Evolution Territory that had anything to do with the title Great Evolution now, so why was it so hard for them to change the name? Several hundred years ago, Heavenly Martial Hall had almost changed its name to Great Evolution Sect in order to take advantage of the name Great Evolution Territory. However, they hadn't forgotten the hard work their ancestors had put in to build their sect, so they ultimately decided against this name change. Nevertheless, they creatively created a Heavenly Martial Hall Great Evolution branch as a silent protest against the 4C's Union. Although the Great Evolution branch had been founded, it was basically half abandoned. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall had spent a large amount of manpower and resources on this project, but they had only managed to nurture several Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Elders, who initially had high hopes for the Great Evolution branch, gradually lost interest. As Xianxia went through the route in his mind, he went from the Black Territory to the Great Evolution Territory and arrived at a particular spot in the void. He had been to this place once before, but it was the proprietress who brought him here. Even though he was on his own this time, he hadn't lost his way. After straightening his face, he cupped his fist and shouted, "Void Land Xianxia greets Senior Ma Fan. Please forgive me for disturbing you." No one replied to him from the void while he waited patiently. After he waited for 1 hour, 2 hours, and then the entire day, there was still no one who responded to him. Xianxia put on a helpless smile. Even though he had witnessed Senior Ma Fan's bad temper when he tagged along with the proprietress previously, and he had a feeling that he'd be turned down this time, he still felt frustrated when it really happened. Since he had already expected it, he didn't say anything and simply sat down with his legs crossed. He believed that Senior Ma Fan would be moved by his sincerity. Regardless, he had to see this artifact refining Grandmaster. In fact, he was jealous of the Heavenly Sword Union for possessing the Heavenly Sword Palace. Not only could it attack and defend, but it could also serve as a flight-type artifact. It was like a moving palace. If he hadn't made use of the Star Boundaries World Force and temporarily advanced to 7th Order, and with over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who maintained a large-scale barrage of attacks on the Heavenly Sword Palace, they couldn't have stopped this moving fortress from moving forward. Had Heavenly Sword Palace reached the Star Boundary, the situation would have been flipped around, and Zhuquan Hui would have won. Fortunately, The Heavenly Sword Palace exploded less than 5 million kilometers away from the star boundary following a long and bloody battle. Could be said that Zuoquan Hui was just one step away from success. At that time, Yang Kai swore that if there was a chance in the future, he would also build a similar palace artifact for Voidland. That way, when they were faced with something like the Heavenly Sword Palace again, they could defend themselves at the very least. When he was having a negotiation with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, he looked for some of the high-rank masters in private and asked them if their sex artifact refining grandmasters could help Voidland build such a palace artifact. Certainly, Voidland could provide the materials and offer an appropriate remuneration. Yang Kai even offered to exempt those who helped him from paying the sixth-order materials required to take disciples from the star boundary. However, all of them had turned him down. Hong Xiangling from Azure Void Cave Heaven, who wanted to get his disciple married to Yang Kai, was kind enough to offer an explanation. He said that it would take too much time and energy to refine such a thing, and although the Cave Heavens and Paradises were capable of doing it, they would only do so for their own sex. They couldn't even meet their own demands for such artifacts, so they wouldn't offer help to someone else. It was pointless for Yang Kai to ask regardless of what payment he promised. Yang Kai then asked Su Ling Gong about it, and the latter gave him a similar explanation. In that case, he could only give up on seeking help from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Instead, he had his eyes on Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai still had some vivid memories of this artifact refining Grandmaster. In the past, in order to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array, they needed some items to be served as array cores. The proprietress brought him to this place and pleaded with this artifact refining Grandmaster. As a result, the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella that had been placed in the 9 heavenly layers grand array were made by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The proprietress had said that Grandmaster Ma Fan came from one of the ancient paradises. However, his sect no longer existed. He was the only one who was still alive as he led a reclusive life in its expansive ruins. At that time, Yang Kai was a mere Emperor Realm Jr. who had just arrived at the 3,000 worlds, so he knew little about the outer universe. He was shocked that one of the paradises had fallen in the past. As he recalled it now, he came to realize many things that he hadn't back then. There was no doubt that Grandmaster Ma Fan's mastery of artifact refining was unrivaled. With the help of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai activated the power of Heavenly Executioner's Sword and defeated the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union Kong Feng despite being an Emperor Realm Jr. at that time, which went to show that the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was truly incredible. Since none of the Cave Heavens and Paradises were willing to help, Yang Kai could only hope that Grandmaster Ma Fan would refine a palace artifact for him. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't respond to him. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind, he naturally wasn't in a rush. As he was seated in the void, he fished out one of the void yin-yang mirrors that was slightly damaged. This thing was as large as a house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to make it smaller and more convenient, but rather that he couldn't. He and Luan Baifeng knew little about artifact refining, while only several fifth-order masters had some skill in it. They had already done their best to refine the current void yin-yang mirrors. Fortunately, the most important thing was the space array, not the void yin-yang mirrors themselves. Otherwise, they couldn't have succeeded in moving the stars in black territory. Now, there was a crack that was the width of a finger and several dozen centimeters long on this array board that was as large as a house. That was because it had been overused previously. After examining it for a while, Yang Kai fished out some rare ores and activated his Golden Crow's True Fire in an attempt to repair it. However, he was an amateur in artifact refining, so how was he supposed to repair it? A few days later, instead of being fixed, the crack had expanded. Yang Kai scratched his head as he fished out another damaged array board and acted recklessly again. A few days later, the crack on the second array board had also been enlarged. It was then Yang Kai fished out the third one. The person who was hiding in the void was unable to take it anymore as he felt that Yang Kai was doing more harm than good to such amazing artifacts. Fluctuations of space principles were suddenly felt coming from the void. Then a portal swirled into existence in front of Yang Kai. The next instant, a big, illusory hand extended from the swirl and directly grabbed the array boards Yang Kai had fished out back into the void. Kai didn't have the intention of interfering as he took a glance at the portal and let out a sigh of relief. He then got to his feet and stepped into it. The world seemed to spin around him, and the next moment he arrived at a different space. Raising his gaze, he could see many stars of different sizes hovering in the void while circling a single great Sunday. This was like a whole great territory. When he came to this place for the first time, he was a weak cultivator without much experience, so he was unable to see anything special about this place. Now that he had returned, Kai finally understood something. This was obviously a sealed space. Some great expert must have used a stunning divine ability to pull this place out from great evolution territory and isolate it from the outside world. It could be said that this place was the foundation of great evolution territory, the ruins of great evolution paradise. That was the reason the great evolution territory had never changed its name. Those from Heavenly Marshall Hall thought that they were the most powerful in great evolution territory, but they were not aware that there was such an isolated territory within great evolution territory. Only several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together would be able to pull out a section of great evolution territory and seal it off, and not without the use of many profound and powerful grand arrays. It was imaginable that great evolution paradise must be truly glorious when they were at the peak of their power. Kai wondered why such a top great force in the 3,000 worlds had fallen all of a sudden. He had asked Su Ling Gong about it before, as the latter must be aware of something, but he never provided any details. Su Ling Gong just said that fate was truly unpredictable. The ancestors of great evolution paradise were respectable as they had the bravery to face the impossible head-on. Kai mentioned Senior Ma Fan while having a chat with Su Ling Gong. That was how he found out some of the information about great evolution paradise. He followed the aura and saw a gray-haired old man who was seated on the ground with his legs crossed. In front of the old man were the damaged array boards as he examined them. "Senior." Kai saluted him. When he previously tagged along the proprietress to see this artifact refining grandmaster, he had a speculation that the old man was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he was weak at that time, so he was unable to confirm it. Now that he had returned to this place as a 6th Order Master, he instantly realized that his speculation was right. Grandmaster Ma Fan was a 7th Order Master, and one at the very peak of the 7th Order at that, only a step away from the 8th Order. Kai couldn't help but admire him. Despite being a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he had to endure a life of isolation to guard his fallen sex foundation. It must be an unimaginable burden. The old man seemed to have a permanent hunchback because of that. "You knew that I couldn't bear to see such a good thing being wasted, so you took them out to lure me out, right?" Grandmaster Ma Fan shot Kai a glare. Kai put on a meaningful grin. "I wouldn't dare to pull such a trick on you, Grandmaster." "Humph." Grandmaster Ma Fan pursed his lips. "You're just like that little girl, Lan Yu Ruo. Both of you are intelligent in an annoying way." A bashful Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior. When she brought you here previously, I knew that I'd meet you again in the future." "How troublesome." With a straight face, Kai replied, "Have you forgotten that I owe you a favor, Senior? Of course we'd meet again." Grandmaster Ma Fan was previously asked to refine the Heavenly Executioner Sword and Heavenly Net Umbrella. However, instead of getting any reward, he made Kai owe him a favor. Since there was nothing he had to pay up front, Kai directly agreed to it. Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared dispassionate as he said with a frown, "What's the point of getting a favor back from a 6th Order Master? At that time, I saw that you had a pretty exceptional aptitude, so I thought that you could directly ascend to the 7th Order. It turns out that I've made a loss." Kai gritted his teeth as he finally realized why this artifact refining grandmaster made such a demand back then. It was because the old man believed that he could directly make it to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. He certainly wanted to directly ascend to the 7th Order as well, but things didn't go as planned. In the end, he was forced to ascend to the 5th Order in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit to make up for some of the losses, his limit would be the 8th Order if there were no additional opportunities. There were quite a number of 8th Order Masters in those cave heavens and paradises. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan could possibly make it to the 8th Order in the future. It was true that Yang Kai's favor was now useless. These 3 pieces aren't the whole picture. There are more, right? Grandmaster Ma Fan asked. Yes, there are. You do have sharp eyes, Grandmaster. Yang Kai hurriedly buttered him up as he fished out the remaining array boards. Since this artifact refining Grandmaster was interested in these hastily made things, Yang Kai would naturally satisfy him. The sight of 16 items as large as houses placed together was pretty magnificent. With a hunchback, Grandmaster Ma Fan placed his hands behind his back and took a walk around these array boards. A moment later, he arched his brow and remarked, even though their refinement leaves much to be desired, the concept is quite ingenious. Did you make them? Yang Kai honestly replied to him. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. By flipping these void yin-yang mirrors, you can move things which are sealed by them across the void. He suddenly appeared solemn. What were you moving that required such expensive artifacts? Yang Kai replied with a grin. Some dead stars and/or stars. Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared slightly surprised, but he soon composed himself and said after a sigh, young people like you do like to dream and take reckless actions. He then waved his hand. Take them back. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed that the old man didn't help to repair the array boards. However, he didn't come all the way here to ask this artifact refining Grandmaster to repair the void yin-yang mirrors, so he didn't pursue the matter. He then quickly put away all 16 artifacts and said with a straight face, I have a request, Senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan repeatedly shook his head. Go away. I'm not going to listen to you. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. Please let me finish my words at the very least, Senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan grinned with a shrewd gaze. There's nothing else I have, so the reason you've come all the way here is to ask me to refine an artifact. Suffering a loss once is enough. I'm not a fool, so why would I do it again? Yang Kai replied, if there's anything you need, Senior, I can get it for you. To be frank with you, even though this junior's cultivation is low, I am now fairly important in the 3,000 worlds. So, I might be able to fulfill your wish. Oh, Grandmaster Ma Fan arched his brow. How important are you? A guilty Yang Kai put on a smile. That will depend on what you need. After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly lifted his hand and a drop of darkness appeared above his palm, expanding out like a blot of ink. Puzzled Yang Kai looked intently at it. Seeing that the young man knew nothing about it, Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared disappointed. He then retracted his hand as the darkness dissipated. Turning around, he waved his hand. Leave now. There's no need to return my favor. If you come again, I won't open the door for you. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't listen to him. Since he had finally entered this place, he had to get his wish fulfilled. Before coming to this place, he had considered asking this artifact refining Grandmaster to become a supreme elder in Void Land. But seeing his attitude now, he knew that he shouldn't even think about it. Still, he had to get him to make a palace artifact for him. Yang Kai then raced after the old man and persuaded him. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan just ignored him. Although he had asked Yang Kai to leave, he didn't kick him out directly, seemingly determined not to even acknowledge Yang Kai's existence. That was indeed the case for the next 6 months, as Grandmaster Ma Fan never replied to him regardless of how sincere and persuasive Yang Kai was. The artifact refining Grandmaster pretended that he didn't hear him and never even spared him a glance. This made Yang Kai feel dejected. Thinking that he could go by the old man's interests, he started fishing out the rare items from his space ring and small universe to show him. The old man never spared them a glance, with the only exception being the strange purple chi. Despite being obviously interested, however, he still remained silent. In fact, Yang Kai still had no idea what this purple chi was. He simply snatched it from Luan Baifeng some time ago. On the other hand, Luan Baifeng obtained it from the new Great Territory. After snatching the purple chi, Yang Kai put it inside his small universe and ignored it. If he hadn't decided to fish out some things to attract Grandmaster Ma Fan's attention, he would have forgotten about it. Since Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared interested in the purple chi, Yang Kai decided to wear the purple chi around his fingers and show it to the old man every day. Nevertheless, Grandmaster Ma Fan still ignored him. Yang Kai was defeated in the game of patience with him. Over the past 6 months, the old man showed admirable determination and resoluteness. Seeing as how stubborn the old man was, Yang Kai couldn't help but consider quitting. After all, it was pointless to pester the old man every single day. One day, Yang Kai was seated in a palace in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise when he arched his brow and looked in a particular direction. The next instant, he dashed out of the palace. Looking up, he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching. Judging from the aura, the person was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai was shocked by the arrival of a person in this sealed place. However, he soon realized that something was off. He could only enter this place after Grandmaster Ma Fan opened up the portal, while others were unable to come in even if they wanted to. Could it be that there were other residents in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise besides the old man? The ray of light dissipated as a beautiful woman landed on a spot near Yang Kai. She looked to be in her 20s, and while she was clad in a green dress with flowery patterns, her hair had been casually tied behind her back. She had a curvy figure and a demure temperament. The woman was evidently surprised when she saw Yang Kai. After taking a doubtful glance at him with a pair of clear eyes, she elegantly saluted him, then moved past him and headed to the main hall. A dazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at her. The woman seemed to have sensed this, so she turned her head and put on a smile. A moment later, the woman nonchalantly entered the main hall where Grandmaster Ma Fan resided. Yang Kai could finally confirm that the woman was a resident in this sealed place. She was probably a survivor or descendant of Great Evolution Paradise. Otherwise, she couldn't have easily entered the hall. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had been trying to step into the main hall all this time but to no avail. He was simply ignored by Grandmaster Ma Fan. After waiting for an hour, he saw the woman in green leaving the hall. Yang Kai waited for her to come closer before cupping his fist. Void Land. Yang Kai greets senior sister. The woman in a green dress flashed a smile at him. Are you trying to ask old ancestor to make an artifact for you? Old ancestor. Yang Kai knew that his speculation was right when he heard that. Then he nodded. Yes. The woman smiled with her lips covered. Did he not agree to it? Yang Kai smiled meekly. You're indeed intelligent, senior sister. The Grandmaster has turned me down. A realization dawned upon the woman as she asked. Old ancestor opened up the portal half a year ago, so you're the visitor from then. Have you been waiting for the past 6 months? Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. I believe that the Grandmaster will be moved by my sincerity. There's no use doing that. The woman shook her head. If old ancestor isn't willing to help you, it's pointless for you to keep waiting. Since you've called me senior sister, I'll give you some advice. Please go ahead, senior sister. Go back to where you're from. You're only wasting your time by staying here. Upon finishing her words, she winked at Yang Kai in a playful manner and left. A speechless Yang Kai gave it a thought before racing after her. He soon moved forward alongside the woman. She seemed to be surprised by how thick-skinned he was and asked, Why are you following me? I know nothing about artifact refining. Old ancestor has never taught me anything about it. Yang Kai grinned. I'm not asking you to refine an artifact for me, senior sister. I just want to have a chat with you. What do you want to talk to me about? The way the woman frowned was quite charming. Anything we can think of, Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. Although it had been a short time since they came into contact as they had only chatted a little, Yang Kai could see that this sixth-order woman was pure-hearted. To put it nicely, she was as innocent as a child. But to put it bluntly, she was naive and gullible. It was rare for a sixth-order master to have such a temperament. In the outside world, any sixth-order master would have experienced lies and betrayal countless times as they grew up. Even if they were born innocent, they would be influenced by their environment. The reason the woman in green could keep her temperament was that Great Evolution Paradise was a sealed place. But there's nothing I want to talk to you about. The woman shook her head. Yang Kai put on the most harmless smile he could manage and flattered her the best he could. I found you to be amicable the moment I first saw you, senior sister. It's as though we've known each other for a long time. The woman blushed as she snapped in a slightly annoyed tone. How could you say something like that? A sincere Xianxia replied, I wasn't teasing you. I was speaking the truth. Please don't get mad at me. The woman seemed to believe him as she started appearing bashful. Soon, they arrived at a universe world and landed in front of some palaces. Xianxia could see that this universe world was not a bad place. The world principles were complete while the world energy was ample. Its world force was also strong. It could be considered a top-class universe world. Moreover, when he was up above the sky just now, he could see that there were many people living in this universe world. Some open heaven realm masters of different orders were already waiting there. Upon seeing the woman in green, they all called out, Eldest senior sister. A man that appeared to be in his 30s asked with anxiety, What did old ancestor say, eldest senior sister? The woman replied with a smile, Don't worry. Old ancestor said that the wine you've brewed this time is rich and flavorful. He found it delicious. Upon hearing that, they started cheering. It was then Xianxia realized that the woman in green had gone all the way to send wine to Grandmaster Ma Fan, and the wine was made by these open heaven realm masters. However, he frowned at the orders of these people. They were clearly the remnants of great evolution paradise, but their orders were so low. Apart from the woman in green who was in the 6th order, the rest of them were in the 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. Xianxia could sense that there were several 6th order masters cultivating in seclusion in some of the places in this universe world, but there wasn't a single 7th order master here. Even though great evolution paradise had fallen, it shouldn't be so weak. It was apparent that there was a severe lack of powerful masters here. A young woman in the 4th order noticed Xianxia and examined him curiously. Who is this eldest senior sister? The woman in a green dress replied. He's a guest who's trying to ask old ancestor to refine an artifact for him. The young woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. A guest? Does that mean that he came from the outside world? The other open heaven realm masters became excited as well while they looked fervently at Xianxia. They studied him in a way as though he was some strange and unusual creature. Xianxia cupped his fist and greeted. Voidland Xianxia greets fellow brothers and sisters. They suppressed the curiosity in their hearts as they saluted him back and told him their names. The cheeky young woman in the 4th order approached Xianxia and looked up at him. Senior brother Yang, can you tell me more about the outside world since that's where you come from? As the eldest senior sister, the woman in green chided her by saying, You can't be so impolite. Junior sister Tsin. The young woman named Tsin pouted with her lips pressed together and hung her head low in a dispirited manner. Xianxia replied with a smile. Junior sister Tsin, I'd be happy to tell you about the outside world if that's what you'd like. It's not some kind of secret anyway. However, haven't you all visited the outside world before? Tsin's shoulders drooped as she shook her head. Old ancestor said that we're only allowed to leave once we make it to the 7th order. It seems that I'll never be able to leave in my lifetime. She was only in the 4th order, so even if she directly ascended to that order, her limit would be the 6th order. It seemed that there was no hope for her to make it to the 7th order in her lifetime. Xianxia was lost for words for a moment before asking, Why is there such a rule? Surprisingly, none of them actually knew the reason. It was the rule their old ancestor had set, and no one dared to disobey him. Despite knowing there was an outside world, they hadn't come into contact with outsiders prior to today. After pestering Grandmaster Ma Fan for half a year, Xianxia still couldn't get him to refine a palace artifact for him. The reason he followed the woman in green to this place was that he wanted to indirectly achieve his goal. He thought that by becoming closer with these remnants of great evolution paradise, he could then ask them to help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan. Since they had a favor to ask of them, Xianxia naturally had to satisfy them first. The group of people, regardless of their gender or age, hospitably welcomed Xianxia into a large hall. They were then seated around Xianxia, including the woman who was the eldest senior sister. They all looked forward to hearing stories from him. Xianxia found it funny and sorrowful at the same time. He didn't mind telling them about the outside world. Over the years, he had gained quite a lot of experience by venturing to many places, so he began regaling them of sights and scenes they had never experienced before. Most of the events were pretty boring actually, but when Yang Kai spoke about the times he fell into danger, they would exclaim and become resentful of his enemies as well. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that these people were too pure-hearted, since they had been living in this sealed space for their entire lives. It was no wonder that Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't allow them to leave. If they suddenly entered the outside world, they would have been easily deceived and taken advantage of. He had been ignored by Grandmaster Ma Fan for half a year, but in this place, Yang Kai had become a popular figure. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but think that fate was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to ask them to help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan either. He had already waited for half a year anyway, so he wouldn't mind waiting for another 6 months. There would come a time when his wish was granted. The eldest senior sister, whose name was Nailin Lu Shui, helped him settle down in a 3-story bamboo house. The environment was clean and serene. When he opened the door, he could see a sea of flowers that were fighting for his attention with their vibrant colors. However, Yang Kai could never get some proper rest while he was there. There would always be people who looked for him and asked him to talk about the outside world almost every day. After 1 month, they gradually became familiar with one another, especially Tsinsen. It seemed she loved making new friends, and Yang Kai could quench her seemingly insatiable curiosity. Therefore, in her heart now, while her eldest senior sister was ranked first and the old ancestor came second, this visitor named Yang Kai was firmly in third place. All her other fellow brothers had to step aside. Sometimes, Yang Kai would go out to take a stroll and talk to the people here, and soon he had a better grasp of the situation in this universe world. In fact, this was the only universe world where there were living beings in the entire Great Evolution Paradise. Although there were other habitable universe worlds in this sealed space, there were no survivors residing in those places. Supposedly, they were the only descendants of Great Evolution Paradise, but even though their sect had fallen, they shouldn't have been so weak. In reality, there wasn't even a single 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master that was born in Great Evolution Paradise in the past 10,000 years. Other than that, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place was also surprisingly small. Apart from the fact that there wasn't even a single 7th-order Master, there were just over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters among these remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. Moreover, none of these 30 or so cultivators had directly ascended to the 6th order. Although eldest senior sister Nailin Lu Shui was in the 6th order, she made it to her current realm from the 5th order through hard work. Basically, all these remnants could only directly ascend to the 5th order, 4th order, or even lower. It felt as though this place had been cursed by a mysterious power that limited the growth of these survivors. In fact, Yang Kai had spent some time examining this universe world, and he found that the number of residents in this place was quite small. Supposedly, given the heritage left behind in Great Evolution Paradise, there should have been many more Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their orders shouldn't have been this low. Yang Kai had tried finding out the reason behind the situation but to no avail, so he could only give up. What was more surprising to him was that other than eldest senior sister Nailin Lu Shui and some older Open Heaven Realm Masters, the others like Tsensen had no idea that they were the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. They were born and bred in this place, and none of them had left this sealed space before, nor had anyone told them about the history of Great Evolution Paradise. The glory and honor of this great force that was once one of the 72 paradises had been forgotten by their descendants, which was sorrowful indeed. In just 3 months, Yang Kai had managed to figure out many things. After that, he returned to the place where Grandmaster Ma Fan lived. The door of the main hall remained tightly shut as he was apparently not welcome to enter. Standing outside the main hall, Yang Kai sported a faint smile and slowly said, "When I was still a great emperor in the past, I broke free from the restraint of my universe world and arrived at the 3,000 worlds. Not long after that, I came across an accident and fell into a sealed world called the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary. That sealed world was truly amazing, but it was also extremely dangerous. Many divine spirits lived there and fought against one another. In the middle of Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, there was a secret place that was called the Primordial Land by the divine spirits. Only cultivators below the Open Heaven realm could enter that place while the divine spirits were barred from entry. I had the good fortune to enter the primordial land and compete against many other talented youths for opportunities. Inside the primordial land, there was a tree called the World Tree that could bear world fruits. I had an opportunity to go through some trials and eventually obtained quite a number of world fruits. I was also lucky enough to have obtained a root from the World Tree itself. The person inside the main hall didn't respond to him, so it was as though Xianxia was talking to himself. However, Xianxia knew that Grandmaster Ma Fan must be able to hear him. It was just that the old man didn't bother to reply to him. Xianxia didn't mind it as he went on to say, "A calamity fell upon the universe world where I came from, which was the star boundary. Powerful cultivators fought against each other there, which caused great damage to the world. On top of that, much of its auspicious spirit essence was consumed. A member of the giant spirit god clan, which was attracted to my dying universe world, eventually told me that the World Tree could save my home. Therefore, after I obtained the root of the World Tree from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I returned to the star boundary when there was a chance. Then I found a place and planted the root there. The giant spirit god clansman didn't lie to me. Over the years, the root grew and transformed into a subtree of the World Tree. The star boundary gradually stabilized as there were no longer any signs of it collapsing. I thought that matters would end there. I was already lucky enough to have obtained a root from the World Tree, and my wish had been granted since my universe world was saved. I wouldn't dare to ask for more. However, I had never expected that saving my world was just the tip of the iceberg of the World Tree's power. A few years ago, someone from my homeland came to my void land and told me some news that would leave me pleasantly surprised. Following the continuous nourishment from the World Tree, the heritage of the star boundary became increasingly ample, which allowed cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. The aptitudes of my parents had always been average at best. If there hadn't been such an opportunity, they would have ended up in the third-order open heaven realm. However, since they were in our homeland and grew together with the World Tree, not only did they manage to condense their Tao seals far ahead of when I had expected them to, but they could also hope to make an initial breakthrough to the fourth order or even the fifth order. The aura in the main hall, which was usually impassive, shook a little at those words. Xianxia put on a smile and continued, "Senior, you've been living inside the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise all this time, so it's not surprising for you to be unaware of what's going on in the outside world. It's expected that you don't know I had fought an intense battle against an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zuoquan Hui, in the recent past. In that battle, several hundred open heaven realm masters lost their lives, including several sixth-order ones. After they passed away, their small universes collapsed apart and their world forces dissipated. However, all that world force was absorbed by the World Tree subtree, which in turn allowed it to grow even larger and more rapidly. It is now 300 kilometers tall, and its roots have spread throughout the entire star boundary. The nourishment it returns to the star boundary is astonishing. Now, all 108 cave heavens and paradises have gathered together in my homeland, the star boundary. An agreement has been reached among us that allows them to respectively take on 5 disciples every 100 years from the star boundary. I've also given them a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers each to build Tao temples for themselves where they can raise talented disciples of their own. In the entire 3,000 worlds, the star boundary is the most unique universe world in existence. With the continuous nourishment of the World Tree, the star boundary is bound to see many more talents appearing. Even if one is not born in the star boundary, their future would still be bright if they were nurtured there from a young age. Several hundred years to 1,000 years later, there will be countless people who will be able to directly ascend to the fifth and sixth order directly. The next instant, the door, which had remained closed for a long time, creaked open. Xianxia put on a smile and adjusted his clothes before stepping through it. Inside the main hall, Grandmaster Ma Fan was seated with his legs crossed as he appeared doubtful with a scowl. When he saw Xianxia coming over, he shot him a distrustful look. Xianxia directly took a seat in front of him and put on a helpless smile. "It's so difficult to see you, Grandmaster." The long gray eyebrows of Grandmaster Ma Fan flapped in the air. "If it's just like what you've said, the tree that has grown in your homeland is just the subtree of the World Tree. Is it really so amazing?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. The star boundary and the world tree are open to all to see. If you don't believe me, you can go over and have a look. By then, you'll know whether I'm boasting or not. Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head. I've certainly heard about the world tree, but I wasn't aware that it could provide continuous nourishment to the land it is planted in. Yang Kai nodded. I only found out about it recently as well. I guess prior to that, no one knew that the world tree had such an effect. After all, the mother tree lives in the grand ancient ruins boundary. No one has brought it out and planted it in a universe world before. That's why no one was aware of the benefits it could provide. I'll definitely have a look at the star boundary. If you dare to lie to me, I wouldn't dare to. Grandmaster Ma Fan pursed his lips. Did Lan Yurua tell you about Great Evolution Paradise? Yang Kai replied with a smile. The proprietress never told me anything. I found out about it while having a chat with a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven. Grandmaster Ma Fan sported a milder expression and nodded. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, I don't know what happened to Great Evolution Paradise in the past that caused the Great Force, which was once one of the 72 paradises, to fall into such a state. However, the portal leading to these ruins has been sealed off, and you've imposed a restriction on Senior Sister Lu Shui and the others that they can never leave this place before they make it to the Seventh Order. Obviously, you're worried that your enemies will retaliate against them. They may be safe staying here, and if they leave, they might expose their whereabouts. I admire the fact that all of you from Great Evolution Paradise have been patiently growing stronger and preparing yourselves. But it's said that even the cleverest woman cannot cook a meal without rice. You'll need more capital in order to get your revenge. Given the situation in Great Evolution Paradise now, how long will it take before the glory of your sect will be restored? Grandmaster Ma Fan shot him a look. What are you trying to say, brat? Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. You can find some youths with exceptional aptitudes and send them to the star boundary just like the 108 cave heavens and paradises have done. The disciples might turn out to be pretty powerful. Even though this move is risky, I can make some arrangements and ensure that your enemies will not find out about it. Grandmaster Ma Fan questioned. We do have some enemies? But who do you think our enemies are? Yang Kai frowned. Is it not like what I think? He thought that the enemies of Great Evolution Paradise must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises. After all, given the power of Great Evolution Paradise back then, they couldn't be easily oppressed by just any great force. Previously, Grandmaster Ma Fan made Yang Kai owe him a favor because he could see that the young man had the potential to directly ascend to the Seventh Order and become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master eventually. If Yang Kai really made it to the Ninth Order, he would be powerful enough to deal with those cave heavens and paradises. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan's words suggested that Yang Kai's assumptions were incorrect. The old man didn't bother to explain anything. However, the world tree was apparently attractive enough to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and let Yang Kai enter. After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan said, You wait here for a few days. I'll go out and ask around. If this matter is just like you've said, everyone must be aware of it since all 108 cave heavens and paradises have gotten involved. If you've lied to me, though, I'll sweep you out of this place and never allow you to return. Yang Kai extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead. Following that, Grandmaster Ma Fan disappeared the next moment. After the old man was gone, Yang Kai let out a breath with an elated expression. Initially, he followed Nalan Lu Shui back to her place in the hope that she could help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan to make him change his mind and refine a palace artifact of Voidland. However, after getting to know more about this place, Yang Kai realized that things were a little different from what he had thought. Now, he no longer needed Nalan Lu Shui to help him. If the old man wanted to restore Great Evolution Paradise to its former glory, he would certainly be tempted by the allure of the star boundary. After all, the focus of all the cave heavens and paradises was on the star boundary now, so there was no way the ruined Great Evolution Paradise could ignore it. Presently, Great Evolution Paradise was like a traveler in the desert while the star boundary was like an oasis where there was plenty of water. Yang Kai stroked his chin as he was in a jovial mood. Now, it was Grandmaster Ma Fan who had to seek his help, not the other way round. Could he try to get more benefits out of this situation? It was extremely difficult to find such an artifact refining Grandmaster, and it would take Void Land an enormous amount of time and energy to nurture one. Xianxia wasn't worried that the old man wouldn't get any information about the star boundary. After such a long time, the existence of the world tree had become a well-known fact across the 3,000 worlds. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there were also many cultivators from second-class great forces wandering around in the star boundary. Before Xianxia left, many powerful cultivators would visit High Heaven Palace and ask for a place to build Tao temples of their own. Certainly, those from High Heaven Palace would never agree to this. The table was only so big and there were only so many seats. All of the seats had been occupied by the cave heavens and paradises as well as High Heaven Palace. Anyone who wanted to obtain a place had to get the permission of those from High Heaven Palace as well as cave heavens and paradises, so no one would dare to make a scene. Although those from High Heaven Palace never gave these people any land of their own, they wouldn't stop those powerful cultivators from obtaining disciples in the star boundary as long as they followed the rules. It was their own opportunities to get their desired disciples. Xianxia was looking forward to the day when the cultivators from the star boundary became powerful enough in all the places in the 3,000 worlds, which was why he never even intended to stop these people. There were a star city and universe temple in Great Evolution territory, so it would be convenient for Grandmaster Ma Fan to get the information he needed from these two places, as both places were filled with people from all walks of life, and all sorts of information spread around very quickly. Therefore, the old man returned about 10 days later. Xianxia was waiting for him in the main hall, but he didn't get up to greet him when he saw him. The old man was obviously in a different mood. A glimmer of hope suddenly came into his sight just when he had almost given up. Despite his best efforts, he could barely contain his excitement. The information he obtained from the Star City and Universe Temple proved that Xianxia didn't lie to him. There was really an amazing world tree in the star boundary that had attracted the attention of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises had set up Tao temples, while many high-rank open heaven realm masters had gathered together in that place. The star boundary was now touted to be the 3,000 worlds open heaven realm cradle, which was a peerless honor. Although Grandmaster Ma Fan hadn't gone to the star boundary to see it for himself, he could confirm that Xianxia wasn't exaggerating. Faced with such a temptation, both the old man and Great Evolution Paradise were unable to resist it. Therefore, despite knowing that he had to pay a price by biting the bait, he would still do it. The old man then took a seat in front of Xianxia and spoke in a frank tone. Although Great Evolution Paradise is now a husk of its former self, we used to be one of the 72 paradises. Just like you've given to the other cave heavens and paradises, we'll also get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years, and I want a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers to use as a Tao temple. Good. Xianxia nodded, as he didn't have the intention of haggling with him over this. The old man was slightly surprised by his straightforwardness. Then he continued, I don't know what benefits those cave heavens and paradises have offered you, but we don't have any rewards to give you now. However, you owed me a favor, and you must have come all the way here to ask for something. I won't take advantage of you. Just see it as you've returned the favor, and I'll also agree to your request this time. Xianxia put on a grin. You're truly a straightforward person, Senior. I won't stand on ceremony then. Do we have a deal? Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. However, you'll have to wait here for a while longer. I'll have to send the young ones to the star boundary and help them settle down before I return and refine the artifact for you. Xianxia replied with a smile. I'm not in a rush for that artifact. You can handle the matters regarding Great Evolution Paradise first. He knew that the old man would never be at ease before having a look at the star boundary himself. Only when the old man visited the star boundary and witnessed its prosperity would the deal be approved. After a pause, Xianxia added, Senior, would you be interested in becoming a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace? If you agree to it, I'll offer more benefits to the disciples of Great Evolution Paradise living in the star boundary. Grandmaster Ma Fan fell silent upon hearing that. Seeing that the old man didn't immediately reject him, Xianxia knew that there might be some hope. Hence, he quickly followed up. There's no rush in making a decision, Senior. You can have a look at the star boundary first and we'll talk about it later. To be honest with you, Yu Chongdao, a free and unfettered paradise, is now a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Grandmaster Ma Fan stared intently at him and remarked, "It seems that the star boundary is truly attractive to a lot of people. If that wasn't the case, a seventh-order open heaven realm master wouldn't have agreed to becoming a guest elder of a universe world sect." Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. The old man got up and said, "I'll make the arrangements for the young ones now. You can do whatever you want here." After taking a few steps forward, he turned his head and asked, "What do you want me to make for you this time?" Yang Kai hurriedly replied, "A mobile palace artifact. I suffered a setback when I was dealing with Zuoquan Hui previously, so I want to obtain one for my sect." Grandmaster Ma Fan commented, "That will require a lot of materials. You'd better get prepared." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I know." The old man stopped talking and left the place. It was pretty troublesome to send the young ones of Great Evolution Paradise to the star boundary. First of all, they had to pick out disciples with exceptional aptitudes. Nalan Lu Shui and the others were astounded when they heard about the news. Yang Kai went on to wait in the place where Grandmaster Ma Fan usually lived for 1 month before he saw the old man again. After some asking, Yang Kai found out that Nalan Lu Shui was still in the process of selecting disciples, and it would take some time before the matter could be settled. Yang Kai said, "Senior, it'll take you half a year to go to the star boundary and come back here, so I won't linger here. After you arrive at the star boundary, just look for the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi, and she'll make all the arrangements. Also, you can tell her all the materials that are required to refine the palace artifact. She'll prepare everything." After saying that, Yang Kai passed the old man a jade slip that served as a faith token. Yang Kai had written down all the information Hua Qingxi would need. Grandmaster Ma Fan took it and frowned. "Are you not coming with me?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm not going back for now as I still have other matters to attend to. I'll come get the palace artifact when I return to this place in the future." "Good." The old man nodded as he didn't want to force him. A moment later, he suddenly said, "Take out your void yin-yang mirrors." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai grinned from ear to ear as he said, "Many thanks, Senior." Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "I've never taken advantage of anyone before. Artifact refining is my craft, and it won't take me much effort. Since you've offered me such great help, I'll repay you in kind. Regardless of whether I agree to becoming a supreme high-rank guest elder of your sect, you can come to me whenever you need to refine artifacts in the future." Yang Kai was ecstatic. "Many thanks, Senior." Since he had gotten such a promise, it no longer mattered whether the old man would become a guest elder or not. 16 array boards were then taken out swiftly. Grandmaster Ma Fan asked for many materials from Yang Kai before he started working on them. He certainly needed to repair the damaged parts, but he also planned to remodel them based on the existing foundation. Just like refining pills, making artifacts required attention to detail. Usually, once an artifact had taken shape, it would require an artifact refiner more skillful than the original creator to further refine and improve it. Grandmaster Ma Fan was obviously capable of doing this. It would just take him some time to refine the hastily made array boards, which wasn't difficult for him at all. When Yang Kai retrieved the void yin-yang mirrors some time later, the sizes of all 16 array boards had shrunk significantly. Additionally, the void yin-yang mirrors obviously had been upgraded after the refinement. The consumption of energy it would require to activate this set of artifacts had been lessened and their sturdiness had been improved. Yang Kai was certainly pleased with it. Grandmaster Ma Fan would only start refining the palace artifact after he returned from the star boundary, and it would take a lot of time. Since Yang Kai didn't have the intention to wait here, he bid the old man farewell. He wouldn't need to worry about the materials anyway. By then, Grandmaster Ma Fan would just have to give a list to Hua Qingxi, and everything would be prepared by her. However, before Yang Kai's departure, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly recalled something as he said, "Leave that purple chi here. I can mix it in with the palace artifact and increase its power." Hearing that, Yang Kai hurriedly fished out the purple chi from his small universe and asked curiously, "Does Senior know what this thing is?" He had previously noticed that Grandmaster Ma Fan was a little interested in the purple chi, so the old man could clearly recognize it. The item was certainly terrific since it could catch the attention of an artifact refining Grandmaster. "It's a purple heaven divine thunder," Grandmaster Ma Fan replied. "It's also called the purging evil divine thunder, which is capable of vanquishing all kinds of wicked and malicious intent." Divine thunder? Yang Kai was astounded. The purple chi that had swirled around his fingers like a snake didn't look like lightning at all. Grandmaster Ma Fan didn't explain anything as he gently flicked the purple chi. The next instant, an explosive sound was heard as a series of booming thunderclaps rang out. The purple chi that originally draped around Yang Kai's fingers in an obedient manner suddenly became violent, as though it was a beast that would swallow its prey alive. Although Yang Kai was strong, his fingers still felt numb from the impact. It's a very rare material. Only a pristine and pure universe world can nurture a strand of purple heaven divine thunder. Unfortunately, with this thing around, such a universe world is destined to decline. Grandmaster Ma Fan took the purple chi from Yang Kai's hand and activated his world force to suppress it. The violent purple chi soon became obedient again. "Why is that?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, "That's because the entire essence of a universe world is absorbed into this thing. How could a universe world survive such a process?" Yang Kai seemed to understand something. As the old man looked at the purple heaven divine thunder in his hand, he fell into his thoughts. He remembered that in the past, there was a woman clad in red clothes in Great Evolution Paradise who possessed a purple sword that was refined from purple heaven divine thunder. That woman said that she would destroy all evil in the world with her sword in a clear voice. His memory of it was so vivid that it was as though it just happened yesterday. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan was a common disciple who had just joined the sect. Time passed by so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was already an old man with a long gray beard. "You may leave now. The palace artifact will be ready when you come back next time." Grandmaster Ma Fan waved his hand. Yang Kai bowed his head. "Many thanks, Grandmaster." An hour later, in a restricted area in Great Evolution Paradise, candlelights flickered inside the ancestral hall. In front of more than 30,000 memorial tablets, Grandmaster Ma Fan said with a smile while his eyes were slightly red, "Sect Master, Elders, Senior Brothers, Senior Sisters, I've persevered long enough to see this day. There's hope for Great Evolution Paradise now. Just you wait. I'll soon lead the descendants of Great Evolution Paradise out to obtain revenge for all of you." On that day, a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master arrived at Heavenly Martial Hall's Great Evolution branch and destroyed its signboard, though he didn't harm anyone in the process. The Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge of the Great Evolution branch, trembled in fear as they had no idea whether they had offended this top cultivator in some way. Nor did they know where he came from. They just knew that he was an old man with gray hair and beard. After he left, the cultivators in the branch hurriedly informed those from the headquarters of Heavenly Martial Hall about it. The hall master personally came to look into the matter, but he couldn't find any answers. However, after that day, those from Heavenly Martial Hall tactfully stopped using the name Great Evolution for their branch. A few days later, in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise, Grandmaster Ma Fan looked down at the selected youths and nodded with satisfaction. Nalan Lu Shui and the others were surprised to see that their old ancestor, who always had a hunchback, was standing tall on this day, as though the burden on his body had finally disappeared. The Shattered Heaven was a lawless land where opportunities and crisis coexisted. It was rumored that there were countless treasures in this place. Therefore, even though it was extremely dangerous, it could still attract brave souls to step into it. In a restaurant in the Shattered Heaven Star City, Yang Kai was seated by the window on the second floor. As he looked down at the sea of people, he tooted in amazement. He previously came to this place to enter the shadowless cave heaven and save the proprietress. Since he was in a rush at the time, he wasn't in the mood to look around. It wasn't until he revisited the Shattered Heaven Star City that he realized that despite the fact that the city was small and disorderly, there were a lot of valuable items on sale. Certainly, it might have something to do with his cultivation as well. He was only an Emperor Realm cultivator when he previously came to this place, but now, he was already a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since his horizons had been broadened, he naturally could see things in a different light. I heard that the Shattered Heaven was formed because ancient great experts fought against one another and destroyed several neighboring great territories. I wonder what got those ancient great experts into such a scuffle, Xianxia muttered. There was a grim-looking middle-aged man who was seated across from him, who decided to ignore Xianxia as he took a sip of his wine. Xianxia turned to look at him and put on a smile. You've lived for so long already, so why do you still get mad so easily? Wu Kuang snapped. You should try being trapped in a sack for 20 years. Xianxia chuckled. Well, there was a change of plans. I hadn't expected that it'd take me such a long time to repair the universe temples. After Xianxia left the star boundary, his visits to Black Territory and Great Evolution Paradise didn't take him much time. However, he had been held up for 20 years repairing the broken universe temples. During this period of time, Wu Kuang had been hiding inside the 6 Fated Paths bag while Xianxia lugged it along with him. After all, this guy was still a disciple of Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven on paper. He had killed Xianxiao and Pei when Xian before absorbing all of their cultivation. He could hide his whereabouts while he was in the new Great Territory, as those from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven wouldn't be able to find him there. Nevertheless, if he rashly showed up anywhere else, he would probably be discovered by Yu Huan from Myriad Demon's Heaven. By then, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Therefore, when he learned that Xianxia was coming to the Shattered Heaven, he told the latter to bring him along. The first thing that sprang into Xianxia's mind was the 6 Fated Paths bag. His own small universe couldn't accommodate Wu Kuang, who was also in the 6th Order, so it would render him too weak if he did so. As such, he could only use the 6 Fated Paths bag. In the past, Xianxia had used this thing to keep He, who was also in the 6th Order, inside it. However, this artifact also had a limit. Could only accommodate a few 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xianxia had never been able to figure out what the 6 Fated Paths bag was made of that allowed it to keep 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it. There was no way Wu Kuang could return to Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven. Meanwhile, no sect in the 3,000 worlds would welcome him. As such, the Shattered Heaven was the best place for him. Murder and robbery were rampant in this cursed place. It was no wonder that a devil lord like Wu Kuang would take a liking to it. Xianxia had never expected that before his departure. He would be brought to a universe temple by Su Linggong to repair it, and he went on to do exactly that for the next 20 years. As a result, Wu Kuang was also trapped inside the 6 Fated Paths bag for 20 years. Anyone would be upset if such an incident happened to them. However, Wu Kuang would never dare to make a rash move despite feeling vexed. If he really tore the bag apart and left, he might be caught. Not only was his future be hanging in the balance, but Xianxia would also be dragged into the mess. Wu Kuang then chugged down the wine and slammed the cup on the table before rising from the chair. Farewell. Following that, he turned around and shuffled out of the restaurant. Xianxia picked up his own cup and gently called out, Don't get killed somewhere. Wu Kuang waved his hand without turning his head as though he never heard him. Once he stepped out of this restaurant, he would be like a tiger that returned to the mountain or a dragon that dove into the ocean. The world would be his to savor. On a street that was crammed with people, a handsome young man in all white clothes strolled around. Wherever he went, the passers-by would be slightly pushed away from him by an invisible force. Sensing something, Xianxia took a glance at this person, and it just so happened that the young man also stopped in his tracks and looked up. As they exchanged glances, both of them frowned. Even though Xianxia was certain that it was the first time he came across this white-robed youth, he immediately felt repulsed by him for no apparent reason. It was almost an instinctual reaction, as though it was how it was naturally supposed to be, which was unprecedented for him. Xianxia wasn't an arrogant or overbearing individual, and since it was the first time they met, why would he feel such distaste for this young man when they had only exchanged glances? They hadn't even spoke to each other yet. Judging from the white-robed youth's expression, Xianxia knew that the other party shared the same sentiment. Fortunately, neither of them seemed to want to cause trouble. The white-robed youth was apparently in a rush, So he soon retracted his gaze and strode out of the Star City alongside the crowd. A moment later, Yang Kai paid the bill and calmly left the restaurant. Outside the Star City, a petite young woman, who had been following the white-robed youth, asked, "What did you see, young master? You seemed displeased." The young woman appeared innocent as she held a branch with some peach blossoms on it. As jovial as a monkey, she kept jumping around the young man. The white-robed youth replied dispassionately, "Nothing. I just saw someone I dislike." The young woman batted her eyes. "Since you don't like him, I'll kill him for you." While never stopping in his tracks, the white-robed youth shook his head. "There's no need for that. There are countless people I hate in the world. It's not like he matters at all." In a matter-of-factly manner, the young woman said, "I'll kill anyone you hate, young master." The white-robed youth didn't respond to her. As they spoke, they had already flown out 10 million kilometers. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had also left the Star City. After identifying the direction, he turned into a ray of light and shot forward. The reason he visited the Shattered Heaven was to increase his strength. An Open Heaven Realm Master had to increase their heritage in order to strengthen their cultivation, which was a painfully long process. Be it refining Open Heaven pills or various materials of different orders, it required a lot of time and effort. For a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to ascend to the 7th Order, 1,000 years of cultivation was the absolute minimum requirement. For a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make it to the 8th Order, it would take him several thousand years to over 10,000 years to even make an attempt. As for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master trying to reach the 9th Order, several tens of thousands of years were required. Yang Kai had no idea whether there were any 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, but he had seen several Masters in the 8th Order before. Be it the ancestor who was in charge of the small source worlds in Inyang Cave Heaven or the ancestors he had seen in the Universe Temple, they were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai speculated that such people did exist in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Perhaps there was only one 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in each of those sects. Yang Kai even speculated that some of the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not have a single 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. He was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and due to the various opportunities he had come across, the heritage of his small universe was more ample than average. However, he was still some distance away from the 7th Order. In order to increase his cultivation quickly, Yang Kai either had to enter another small source world or look for a temporal river that Su Linggong had mentioned before. Nevertheless, he was unable to use either of these shortcuts. The Cave Heavens and Paradises all had small source worlds, but they were only open for their own disciples. Even Inyang Cave Heaven would never allow Yang Kai to use their small source world again, let alone other great forces. The only way to speed things up that Yang Kai could think of was the Astral Wind divine ability that he had come across after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven with the proprietress back then. It was a divine ability that was left behind by a great expert in ancient times. Although many years had passed, it still remained intact as it blocked the exit of the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The astral wind would gust into Shadowless Cave Heaven from time to time and sweep away the heritages of Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universes. It was similar to the eerie aura in Black Territory. In the astral wind divine ability, wind spirits had been nurtured. Previously, Yang Kai drew some wind spirits in his small universe and killed them. After they passed away, they left behind a lot of very pure world force which helped strengthen his heritage. However, Yang Kai was eager to return to Void Land at that time, so he didn't stay for long. Instead, he memorized the route and thought that he would come back in the future. The reason he revisited the Shattered Heaven this time was to go after the wind spirits in the Astral Wind divine ability. As long as he could attract all the wind spirits into his small universe and kill them, he would make a huge leap forward on his way to the 7th Order. Yang Kai still remembered that after they left the Shadowless Cave Heaven previously, they went on to wander around the Shattered Heaven for half a year before they ran across a fight between two 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After asking them for directions, Yang Kai's group kept moving forward for half a month before they arrived at Shattered Heaven Star City. Since he didn't have much time to memorize the route back then, Xianxia wasn't sure if he could find the astral wind divine ability this time. However, the astral wind divine ability covered a vast area, so as long as he knew the general location, he would eventually find it. Wherever he went, Xianxia could see cultivators who were in a hurry. Although the shattered heaven was dangerous, it was also a battlefield of great experts from ancient times where many treasures and hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises were left behind. Therefore, it could still attract many cultivators to fight for opportunities. Sometimes, Xianxia would see cultivators getting into bloody fights. He would usually ignore and circumvent these people. As he went further, Xianxia encountered fewer and fewer people. After looking around for half a year, his wish was finally granted as he saw the gigantic astral wind divine ability hovering in the void. Although it wasn't the first time he saw it, Xianxia was still awestruck by its magnificence. It was a storm that covered an area of several tens of millions of kilometers as it swirled around, affecting the void around it, making it seem like space was being torn apart. If a universe world such as the star boundary was hit by such a divine ability, it would be ground to pieces instantly. The cultivation of the ancient great expert who unleashed this divine ability must be inscrutable. Xianxia longed for that kind of strong. Such a divine ability could only have been produced by a master in the 8th order at the very least. However, considering the fact that the divine ability had been worn down over time, the person who used it in the past must have been a 9th order open heaven realm master. There was no doubt that a 9th order open heaven realm master came from one of the cave heavens and paradises. What was the reason that caused those ancient great experts to fight here and even shatter the neighboring great territories? It was said that all 108 cave heavens and paradises had been united since time immemorial, so why did they fight against one another in this place?